Quello blu? Vai. Guarda che si vede anche l'altro. Che continui a vedersi l'altro.
Dopodiché posso chiudere perché bisogna di parlare con te che non sentirò nel momento in cui io
Non mi posso connettere con il sport.
ma non puoi fare la prova del cavolo, io ti giuro che finché mi ho messo andare.
No, non ci credo, non posso connettermi con lo sport perché devo aggiornare il software codice. Io non posso lavorare. Non posso fare niente.
Poi è connesso.
Non mi dice quanto tempo vado, mi dice che non ci fa, non c'è.
Io mi scordo. Ma prova, puoi provare a chiudere Chrome?
Mi connetti questo qua meglio. A questo punto, guarda. Forse no. Tanto che vado alle dirette. Questo guarda.
Sì, c'ho assolutamente. Sono 52.
Pronto? Pronto? Che vuol dire non posso venire con il memoria? Adesso provo. Ok. Ah, ha pulito? Ok.
Sì, prova. Prova. Ok. Allora, chiedo alle interpreti se ci sentono di fare una piccola prova alternandovi una sull'italiano e una sull'inglese, iniziando dall'inglese magari, così proviamo se ci sentite.
Prova tecnica, prova tecnica.
Proviamo, ok, Lucia, le chiedo a lei di provare l'inglese.
Ecco, sono sul canale di inglese, mi sentite?
Ok, perfetto.
Passiamo
Allora,
all'italiano.
sì, un secondo solo. Possiamo andare con l'italiano.
Prova di italiano.
Lucia la sento, perfetto.
Prova tecnica.
Ok, sento anche lei, voi sentite bene?
Sì, io sento bene.
Fantastico, allora tra qualche minuto iniziamo, grazie. Quindi, allora, qui noi ci siamo. Questi sono gli indirizzi wifi che vi hanno dato?
Aspetta che adesso provo a farti connettere Francesco, che noi su l'abbiamo connesso senza problemi.
Non posso fare perché voglio...
Prova, sì, guarda, stai calma, ora vedi Francesco, aiutala un
Questo
attimo.
connetto questo computer gentilmente, grazie, non funzionano.
E mi dai le password di nuovo?
I password non vanno, dicono che li metto in alfanumerica a caso, ma a
Aspetta
caso
che ti
mi dà
faccio...
errore.
Sì, sta andando, guarda. Allora, posso fare dei due, uno è questo e uno è questo. Ah, sarà questo. Ok? Questi stanno andando. Dopo l'orientazione che l'ho fatta e... Voi sapete all'inizio se ci sono già delle presentazioni?
Allora, questa è una presentazione per la seconda sezione, però, tipo di storicare,
Sì.
perché ricordiamo la prova del sistema proprietario.
Allora, la nuova password è 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 e 9. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 e 9.
Facciamo una cartella... si chiama questo evento?
Tutto a posto quando vuoi fare la versione streaming.
Sì, l'abbiamo già lanciato, abbiamo già provato anche l'audio con l'interprete. Adesso mi dedicherei a preparare le presentazioni. Ilaria me ne ha data una su questa chiavetta. E...
Chi ti ha dato?
del fatto. Poi gli daremo il comando così loro si gestiscono.
Ora vedo. Si riesce?
Allora, questo vuole di nuovo la password precedente.
Da remoto ci saranno anche dei candidati che condivideranno
Sì.
slide, che poi per sapere quando passare da Zoom.
Allora io mi sono, però vedi, io mi devo connettere a questo computer per darti le presentazioni. Questo è connesso, vedo.
Sì, quello è connesso.
L'hai connesso con la...
Sì, sì, sì.
Ah, ottimo. Allora, grande, stai facendo opera di connettività.
Questo però non va. Perché comunque si fa.
Allora, posso avere la pennetta così, così una pennetta così per le... perché io qui ho Fulli che però io ne ho qui in realtà due che però devono condividere da remoto, però te le do per sicurezza se hai una pennetta.
Sì.
Grazie. Poi dobbiamo volare di sopra a fare l'altra sala. Le metto fuori da tutto? Faccio una cartella nuova.
Certo, si fa una
Cartella. E C l'ho chiamata, Allora, dovrebbero essere tutte. Ok, queste sono? Scusami, queste sono. Non gli piace? Questo lo poso qui vicino al frigo?
Vabbè.
In qualche modo?
Questo sì. Questo non so perché mi rimbalza, mi richiede sempre la stessa
Probabilmente è un
roba.
problema di protocolli, ma non è un problema, se va questo uso questo, non è il mio, ma...
Quindi ti chiede di riaggiornare l'app. Effettivamente nota che l'hai aggiornato su tutti gli altri va.
Non fa niente, guarda, uso questo anche se non è mio, adesso mi elenco.
Solo per essere sicuro che l'avete caricato.
Sì, guardi, questo fa questo. No, questo è la classica. Tanto era del qua, 10 qua. Lo rinomino. E che mettevo?
No, vedi, mi richiede
Non
di
fa
nuovo.
nulla, guarda, uso questo qui, adesso trovo il suo caricabatterie, questo lo togliamo, oppure provo io con...
Allora io vado al terzo piano, devi fare pausa.
Sì, certo.
Hai bisogno di italiano? Bar appena esci dall'Energy Center a destra all'angolo. Mezzo isolato. Proprio qui. Ok.
Le mail dire quello che si devono cioè che si devono leggere quello che si devono collegare già i qualcuno collegato
Vediamo.
cioè tipo i senatori Girotto, Belloni no
Allora, Fulli, Ruggeri, Arrigoni. Arrigoni c'è.
Arrigoni già
Sì.
noi alle 10:40
Ok. Un po' prima?
alle 10:20 alle 10:20
Ah,
dopo
adesso
manco
adesso
lo slot poi alle 10:20 le
Togliere l'audio da questo computer.
Posso togliere la slide che stiamo iniziando? C'è gente seduta al tavolo, quindi
Va bene.
si vede l'inquadratura.
Però c'è un sacco di gente fuori. Ok, dai, va bene, si capisce. Ti preparo anche le altre intanto, appena riesco a connettermi qua. Dovremmo averla risolta.
Allora, intanto che affluiscono le altre persone che sono fuori, è arrivata
While
anche...
we are waiting for people, we are ready to start. I just have to check with the technicians whether the streaming is ready.
Il
Right.
computer mio usa. Allora, buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning to you all.
Siamo oggi qui per questo
Today we
primo
are
evento
here for
del
this
Forum Italiano
first
sulle
event
fonti
within the
energetiche,
Italian
iniziativa
Forum
lanciata
on
con il
Energy
Politecnico di
Communities,
Torino, da World Energy Council Italia.
organized together
Oggi
with
devo
the
dire che
Polytechnic of
abbiamo veramente
Turin,
una
the
giornata veramente
WEC.
emozionante perché qui ci
I'm
incontravamo
very
all'Energy Center il professore
touched because
Borchellini
we
nel
met here with
2019,
Professor
iniziavamo a
Borchellini
ragionare
in
su cosa si poteva fare insieme come
2019,
World Energy Council
started
dell'Energy
to
Center,
think
quindi
about
come
the
mettere insieme
organization of this
le competenze del
event,
network World
about
Italia.
gathering the
Abbiamo grandi
skills
player
of the network
internazionali,
WEC with the
sia nelle
important
competenze
international
accademiche come
players
l'Università del Politecnico di
and
Vicenza, che per esempio
universities
come
represented
eccellenza a
by
livello
the
internazionale.
Polytechnical and the
Oggi il programma è
WEC.
molto ricco,
Today we have a
interventi, abbiamo
very
dei
rich
membri
agenda full
delle
of
energetiche che parteciperanno alle
speakers,
differenti sessioni. Non mi
members
dilungo
of
molto
the
sull'organizzazione della giornata,
communities, but I
chiedo
do not
a
want to
tutti
go
di
into
seguire
details.
diciamo, le indicazioni
I
che sono
ask
date
the
ai
participants
lavori
to
per lo
follow
svolgimento
the
delle sessioni in modo da
indications
riuscire tutti
provided
poi
by the
a
moderators for the
interloquire.
sessions in order
Partiamo
to
ovviamente con dei saluti
help
e
the
dovere da parte
interaction.
degli ospiti,
First of
quindi
all,
abbiamo il
I
rettore del
want
Politecnico di
to
Torino, Guido
welcome
Saracco, che
the
ringrazio
host,
particolarmente
the
per la sua
guests,
ospitalità,
Guido
il professor
Saracco,
Romano
the
Borchellini,
Dean of
direttore dell'Energy
Polytechnical
Center
in
e la
Turin,
coordinatrice
Professor
del rapporto con
Borchellini, who
Energy
is the
Communities,
coordinator
Gabriella
of Energy
De Maio,
Center, Gabriella De
professoressa di diritto
Meyer,
dell'energia
who is
dello
a
secondo
teacher of
grado.
energy law
Quindi
at
lascio
the
subito la
Naples
parola
University, and
al
she is the
rettore. Prego, rettore.
IFEC coordinator.
Grazie,
So the
grazie
floor
per
is to
l'autorizzazione di
the
presenza.
Dean.
Come
Thank
nostra
you very
struttura
much, and
universale
welcome to this
serve
center,
per
which is a
svolgere l'energia
facility available for the
questi
energy world.
hub di alcuni
We
stati
have here some hubs representing important
nazionale, ma
companies in the
anche
national
piattaforme
energy
che
sector,
si
together
studiano
with
evaluazione strategica,
labs,
sappiamo sia allo scopo italiano
systems
sia allo
for
scopo di
strategical
assolvere
evaluations.
alcune delle cose che sono
We
rimaste nel nostro
want
paese.
to
La
support
questione
Italian
che
government
noi stiamo
to
affrontando
have
sotto il profilo
a
sociale.
top-level strategical view
Osservamento del
for
quale poi
such an
abbiamo
important
inserito anche
sector
ieri
where you have to
ascoltando
take
personaggi
informed
come quelli
decisions.
di questi lavori al
Yesterday,
Castello del Valentino,
I was
ho
at the
sottolineato
Valentino
che
Castle
tutte quelle
and
che stanno
I
affrontando
emphasized
le sfide,
that
le transizioni
the challenges, the
energetica
digital
verso l'economia
energy
circolare,
transitions
verso
we
l'energia più
face
pulita, verso l'energia
for
più
a better social
economica,
inclusion, a
sono
better
sfide
health
che si
distribution,
raccolgono
while all
in una
these
grande
challenges
transizione
belong
che
to
potrei
one
definire
single
etico-valoriale, nel
huge
senso che
transition from the
onestamente
ethical and
non
value
si
point of
riescono
view.
a sconfiggere gli
Frankly
effetti
speaking, it is not
dell'emergenza
possible to
umana
fight
sul modello
against
economico che
the
dobbiamo in qualche
effects of
maniera
the
sposare in modo
climate
più
change
sostenibile
for
senza
a more
nessun tipo di
sustainable
politiche
model
umane.
without
Perché se
informed
pensiamo solo
political
qui ai lavori
decisions.
della COP26,
An
con
example
la
is the
dimostrazione
end of
immaggiata di poco da parte del
COP26
direttore del G7,
works.
Sharma,
The
il
chairman,
fatto
Mr.
che i
Sharma,
paesi
was
come la
really
Cina
upset
neanche
because countries like China
perché
did
i
not
paesi come
attend
l'India
the meeting.
giustamente
Countries like
ritengono
India
che si rimanga al
said
2030,
that
noi saremmo
everything
dovuti
is
spostare a
postponed
questo
to
punto il 2050.
2070, while for us in the
Ci
western
preoccupa
part of
anche
the world, the
l'Africa che
deadline was
crescerà
meant
non
2050.
solo per il fatto di
So growth
smettere di
is a
consumare
key
tanto più come
point,
noi,
not
ma
only in
perché
terms
guardiamo
of
l'Africa come il
consumption,
paese più
but
contenente, più
because Africa, for example,
condizionato
will be
dall'investimento
the
globale che porterà normale
mostly touched
successariale nelle
continent
società che
by
questa
the
rivoluzione renderà
heating
ancora più
of
pesante
the world.
l'immigrazione verso di noi,
So the
già portata da
migration
una
wave to
politica
our
neoliberale
countries will increase more and more with the
che
related
dobbiamo
problems.
accelerare
Africa, like
con
India,
tante
like
altre grandi
China,
opportunità.
counts 1,004,000 people. I mentioned three key areas that represent more than one half of the world population. So today we are here to debate about a small part of a global view.
Qualcuno dovrà
Sooner or later, someone will have to assess
complessiva
all that. And sooner or later, someone will have to provide a world global vision, but also a national vision. Working groups from many universities gathered in order to work together, in order to have the chance of make right decisions for the future, because we do not have to be pressured by other groups for a global political action, mediation, as it was the case up to now. Well, this is of paramount importance. So we are here to set up a system, a local system, to share good practices, to build up a part of the total facility, proving that within a small community, it is possible to have a good energy, a good vision. People have to be aware of this trend. People have to be encouraged through a good communication, and politics cannot do the same. We must take this challenge. We must win, because otherwise the planet will follow its way, and we as a human, we are going to face a kind of third world war with thousands of victims. I do not want to say that we will end up like dinosaurs, but it's a political challenge. That's why I thank you for being here. We are here. Professor Borchellini is our interface. He's the coordinator of the Energy Center. I thank you once again. I wish you a fruitful work, and I have to go, unfortunately. Thank you.
Lascio subito la palla
alla
Thank you very much. I give immediately the floor to Professor Borchellini. So, first of all, I want to thank the Dean, Mr. Saracco, for his introduction. First of all, I welcome you. Good morning to you all, both for those who are here and those who are connected remotely. So, good morning to all the participants. We are very happy to have so many people, and as the General Secretary, Mr. Dermo, said the first time we met here, it was 2019. The title was Energy Communities for Citizens in the New Energy Market. I would like to share with you a personal memory. Thinking back to that time, to me, it means that at that time, a dear friend, a colleague, my professor, my teacher, was with me. And Professor Kali was with us at that time. Unfortunately, March this year, he passed by because of COVID 19. He was negatively affected by COVID, and he passed by. And I want to remember him. I want to thank him once again, and he will be here with us today. But let's go back to 2019. At that time, from the energy center point of view, energy communities started and consolidated, and at the same time, WEC started to deal with these issues. It was preparing the position paper on energy communities based upon the corporate visions, with a paper focused on rules and regulations. And at a given point, this parallel work ended up into one single initiative, which is actually the Italian Forum on Energy Communities. As I said, we started step by step, but after almost 12 months of activities, as Mrs. De Maio is going to say, we achieved some results, I dare say. The idea is to start, to continue, and to create, to organize a way to gather information concerning what is going on as for energy communities are concerned, because we want to gather data and information in order to have a vision on what is going on, but also in order to monitor and to help to encourage future developments, providing hints, instructions concerning energy communities. Today, we are here for a conference gathering companies, public administration, and research. We are here not only to assess what we have done in terms of actions, experiences, but I think that today's event will allow us to consider future perspectives. I thank you once again and I give the floor to Mrs. De Maio. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning very much. And thank you very much to you all. I would like to emphasize some key points of this itinerary. We started in May with the launch of IFEC. So, discussing about energy communities and energy consumption is an opportunity to check the way these systems can innovate and can launch this sector with an international perspective. From this point of view, from the very beginning, we
di varia natura all'interno
had the participation of several players. For example, energy companies, law firms, utilities, public administration. And this is very interesting indeed, considering the dialogue during the forum. Probably, considering this interest, we received demands for surveys, research from the legal perspective concerning the aspects concerning the constitution, governments of researchers. But we also want to
collettivo e sulle
carry out a collective self-awareness in order to find out criticalities and also potentials of the tools we have. From this perspective, our activity was really strong and hard. On the field, we worked with Monte Cassino Paesano, we met the mayor and also Forni di Sopra. We have contact with communities in Friuli, And we also contacted in-house communities. And from the legal perspective, they represent a challenge in terms of interpretation. But we also had a great participation to debate, thanks to the relationship within IFEC, WEC, and the applied research facilities. We attended several meetings to witness our work, such as Work to 2021, a Congress on Ecological Transition for Engineers and Public Administrators. So we attended the Trevi Days to debate about opportunities for new generation, for new professionals. We also attended the first edition of Fuel Mobility to check to what extent the model of the energy community can be applied in the future for a development as a hub for communities and citizens. We also attended a congress on Mediterranean roads, and we debated about the relationship with Africa and Northern Africa. We also want to mention the T20 Italy. We submitted a brief which has been approved and published on a portal focused on sustainable community and the fight against energy poverty. This is some of the activities we carried out till now, and I thank the Energy Center, Professor Borchellini, and Paolo Storti, and all the team that worked with us. This is the first national conference, and as a coordinator, I hope it will be fruitful for you all. Thank you, Gabriella, for this recap of all these steps from May to today. As Professor Borchellini, we have been working for almost 1 year, and that proves the importance of this topic and the interest this topic arises among communities, companies. So it's a definitely positive trend. Now we should have Senator Arrigoni connected, and we thank him. He, can you hear us? Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you very well.
Anche il video.
Now we should
per aver voluto comunque intervenire il senatore Rigoni
thank you for your participation. And for energy communities, we already discussed with him. He attended the kickoff initiative, and he knows the initiatives very well. Thank you very much, and congratulations for this event, for having organized this event. I say hello to Mrs. Borchellini, to Mr. Borchellini and Mrs. De Maio. I met personally. Energy communities and renewables are a strategical tool, as Professor Saracco said, for the ecological transition, and in particular to have access to renewables. It is a way to speed up this change. For 20 years, we shifted from few facilities to a well distribution. In our country, we have 1,001,000 plants. The consumer turns to be producer. Profits for energy communities are economical benefits, environmental benefits, social benefits, I do not want to go into details as for economic advantages. Just think about the reduction of bills. The government believes a lot in this initiative. 2.2 billion have been allocated to reach 2 gigawatt of new power renewable. It is true that this is true for communities with less than 5 million inhabitants to fight against the phenomenon of leaving small town and villages. This is very good for families, small and medium enterprises, and this is an important contribution for them to achieve the target. It is important to develop the territory, the production fabric. We have to represent all the players who are important to create these facilities. We have to promote trade, handicraft, to relaunch poor areas, vulnerable players, vulnerable people. And this is very good for the territory. I want to remind you that before the directive RAG 2, Italian Parliament introduced in the Decree 162 of 2019 an additional regulation that allowed to implement a pilot project useful to better implement the directive RED 2 as it is the case nowadays. The government, the Italian government, provided a guideline, and a few days ago, the government approved the legislative decree. With the directive RED 2, the renewable energy communities have additional powers, additional and more complex models. In addition to the starting players, now families, communities, small and medium enterprises can join this project to safeguard the environment. So the power of the plants is increased up to 1 megawatt, and thanks to the contribution of the Commission, so this power is for one single plant. Having several plants with the same power can allow us to achieve the targets. We shift from the secondary cabin to the primary cabin. So we shift from 60, 70 participants up to about 15,000 people. In conclusion, I would like to say that we are still waiting for the publication on the journal of the legislative decree. Then we have to wait for 90 days to approve ARERA, and then additional 180 days in order to update the incentives you perfectly know. Personally, I would like to share with you some personal doubts during this national conference. I have some doubts concerning the energy, the deduction of energy in the bills. It is an option, but at the end of the day, it may create prejudice for suppliers. I have doubts on the possibility to create a distribution network locally. GSE carried out a good work. It enlarged its portal, including the energy communities, in order to achieve the best configuration. The months ahead will be important to solve all the problems, tax, financial, legislative problems. We will do anything we can within the Parliament to help the solution of these problems and also to help the access to credits for those who wanted to establish an energy community. It's up to you to foster information and communication among the citizens, stakeholders, and also public administration for ecological transitions. I invite all the mayors. A few years ago, I was a mayor, and I invited the mayors to open info points for each community. And it is also important to take into account that after the RED II directive approval, energy communities will start very quickly, and so the GSE will have to provide all the tools to facilitate and to encourage. That is the end. The Parliament is totally available to assess the project to be implemented in the future, and if need be, we are available to adjust the legislative decree which has been approved. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Un applauso, grazie senatore per aver
Thank
ripercorso
you
punti salienti. La ringrazio
for
anche
this
per
recap,
averci un
and
po' stimolato
I also
a
thank you for
ricoprire il ruolo
your
che ci compete, di fare un po' da
encouragement
centro di
in
trasmissione
playing
sulle
our
sia verso le
role
amministrazioni
as a
locali,
link
ovviamente per
with
l'efficienza energetica, sia
public administration, but
nelle tue
also
competenze ci sono anche dal settore
through
privato in
a
ottica proprio di public-private partnership anche, che è un tema molto importante anche per il PNRR. Ora do la parola al senatore Girotto, dovrebbe essere collegato
now
con
I give the floor to
ringrazio
Mr.
anche il senatore
Girotto,
per
who is
comunque
remotely connected,
assicurare il mio intervento, non poteva
and
essere
I
con noi, ma
thank
anche il senatore
him
Girotto ci segue sin dalla nascita del movimento Energia negli Abruzzi,
participate, although
anche ieri è stato con noi all'evento di
he
inaugurazione.
couldn't
Prego,
be
senatore, se
here
ci
in
sente.
presence. So,
Sì, la sentiamo.
Benissimo, grazie.
Thank you very much. Many things have been anticipated by my colleague. I only want to stress that we will have an increase in water. This new introduction has been specified in a law. There will be incentives for 1 megawatt equipment and installations. Communities will use this mechanism. Yesterday, I had a meeting at the ministry. INEA and CSE are available to work with public entities. Recently, INEA made a proposal for the establishment of a common entity involving also other institutions, including ANCI. Many communities and Italian institutions are strongly committed in the establishment of energy communities with the objective to include in these projects citizens and vulnerable people with prices under control. So to make renewable energies more accessible. We know that there are a lot of opportunities citizens and companies have to be both included in community, in energy communities. We all have to work and raise a debate. We as politicians are working to make this true and concrete. We will commit ourselves more. Our president has already understood the importance of these policies. We will organize more public meetings within our institutions to go ahead, to give steps ahead to improve energy efficiency. In conclusion, energy communities are at the beginning. We have just started an early stage. New updates will come very soon. We are about to start a second step, which will make it possible to improve in terms of quality, in terms of quantity. We really think that this step will be useful and essential for energy transition. Remember that if we want to reach the renewable energy objectives, we really need to work so that energy may be really self-produced and self-consumed. We know that we need to improve our networks, and networks may really represent an important challenge. This is the reason why we have decided to provide incentives not only for self-production, but also for self-consumption. There's an important focus on self-consumption because we need that people self-produce but also self-consume energy. This process will make it possible to reach energy transition and reduce prices in our bills.
Estremamente ritasci ipotesi con ovviamente i relativi sistemi di accumulo e in questa maniera ne guadagnerà sia l'ambiente.
This also requires an important improvement of accumulators and accumulating systems. I really believe in these new processes. And thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much for being with us. We as WEC want to stress that we are available to support any action, any project through which we may reach these objectives in collaboration with institutions, as Mr. Arrigoni has said before. Thank you very much for your participation. I want to thank Mr. Marnati, who is the Councillor for the Environment, Energy, Innovation and Research from the region of Piemonte. He is with us. Yesterday, we have been warmly welcomed at the Valentino Castle. During the gala dinner, we had the opportunity to go deeper into details. I really want to thank all the authorities and representatives from the region of Piedmont because we have been warmly welcomed and supported in the organization of this event, and we want to know more about your challenges. We know that today we all should be ready for the energy transition. I'm about to tell you what we are doing as a region. It's not very easy because sometimes things are very tough. You can write good things on a paper, but in the end, intentions are very far from being concrete things. Italy and Europe are maybe better than any other regions all over the world. Not all world countries are adopting the same guidelines. We have worked within the Piedmont region, and we will continue to do so in the future to work with the local entities and institutions. It was not easy in the beginning. It's not easy to work in this field from a technical point of view, but we have tried to work and involve all local authorities. We need the support of all stakeholders, of all involved parties. All parties are important to build up the future. Piedmont is a region that has started before compared to many other Italian and European regions. So we have a law which was adopted in 2018 that has been an important booster. It boosted national choices and decisions from small area research and tests. We have now able to work on extended areas. After this directive, there will be the early calls for a huge amount of funds, 2.5 billions, a huge quantity of resources that we hope to use in a proficient way and within the established times. As I've said before, there's a great difference between saying things, having the intention to do things, and doing things concretely. It won't be easy. We know that it's an important challenge, but we will do our best. So today we have new opportunities, including the extension of energy communities. We would like to be a reference region in Italy, not only in Italy, but also on an international level. We have adopted a regional law through which we are working in advance in comparison with other regions. We have started to organize plans. There are some political issues that have to be analyzed. Nevertheless, we have already started to work with the support of the City Hall, the Regional Council. We have established guidelines for the future to reduce emissions by 2030. We are discussing the PER, the regional plan. Maybe citizens are not aware of that, but we are working on a plan for the next planning period, focusing on energies and renewable energies, especially. We have tackled many institutional aspects in the previous years for proficient use of funds. This regional plan is based on 4 pillars. Renewable energies are a focus. We want to support the use of wind energy and photoelectric panels. Wind energy is not very present here, and we would like to provide incentives for wind energy. The use of biomass. Biomass should be used in a more sustainable way, so we would like to create all necessary policies to improve the use of biomass. Energy efficiency is another important pillar. We asked our citizens what they need, and they said energy efficiency as a first answer, because our systems are very old. This is a common situation in Italy. Usually, laws do not take into serious consideration energy efficiency, and our citizens are really aware of that. The resilience and recovery plan will provide for many guidelines. We will have access to huge amounts of economic resources, so we need to be ready. What is not going to be funded on a national level, we will fund it regionally with our regional funds. So we have worked on a regional plan to provide options and to fund those fields that are not covered with national funds. So we expect to network. We try to work as a system, as a network. We try to foster these initiatives because we know that they are very important. We want to work regionally to contribute to the green economy. We want to surf the wave. We are certain that this will be very important from an economic, social, and environmental standpoint. You have a great experience as an entity. Research and innovation also represent other two important pillars to improve and to have access to the best technology ever. We have tried to improve our course quality, introducing new guidelines for a better energy efficiency. And I hope to give an important contribution to the improvement of the market. This is the principle that we are applying, in addition to many other actions. But we know that citizens, private citizens, must contribute. These big missions can only be carried out with the support of private citizens. If private citizens do not commit themselves, there won't be any opportunities for the future of our planet. We actually don't know when we will be ready to reach these objectives. In the end, maybe by 2030, 2050, 2070. Nevertheless, it is important to work all together, following the same path, all along the same path. We need strategic and operating plans to use at the most all resources we will have access to. Thank you very much, Councillor. Yesterday night we had a very interesting debate. We had been talking about competencies, skills, the commitment of the region of Piedmont from different points of view, including energy. We are aware that we need to involve companies, small and medium enterprises, citizens. The aspect of energy communities involves all the different parties. Now we have a great opportunity. We will have access to a huge amount of funds. We need to understand how to invest these funds, but we need to network. We need to work as a network. So with this last speech by the Councillor Marnati, we close the opening of this conference day. I wanted to thank Borchellini and Gabriella De Maio. I want to open session number 1, inviting Giuseppe Montesano, Deputy Director of Enel Foundation, the RSE Managing Director, De Fanti, Mr. Maurizio De Fanti, Marcello Masera, Head of Unit Energy Security Distribution and Markets, and we hope to have Dan Frupelant connected with us. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Lanzini, who's the moderator of this session. Good morning, everyone. This morning session will be rather long. We'll stay together till lunch. We will have an important proclamation moment of the renewable energy communities. But before this important proclamation, I want to start with the first speeches included in this session, who are going to deliver the keynote speeches, introducing us in this context. I want to give the floor to Gianluca Fulli. Gianluca Fulli represents the European Commission. He works at the Joint Research Center of the European Union. Gianluca is the Deputy Head of the Unit Energy Security, Distribution and Markets. He is very prepared, is an expert in the energy sector, and is here to share with us his points of view about energy community. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction, for inviting me. I'm not a director, I'm just a deputy head. I have a presentation to share with you, and my speech will be in English. I think that I need to share the screen. I'm going to talk about local energy communities, introducing policies, European policies, and innovation challenges. I really believe that energy packages and energy communities are very important. I'm going to speak in English.
Package, which is the cornerstone of the local energy communities, including 2 pieces of legislation everyone is well aware of, the Electricity Directive and the Renewable Energy Directive. In those 2 legislative acts, there are the 2 definitions of energy communities, referring to citizen energy communities and renewable energy communities. It's clear there are many differences, many peculiarities of those schemes and typology of communities, but here I just would like to recall and highlight some commonalities. So both communities refer to renewable electricity markets. They are open to different legal entities, citizens, small businesses, and others. And the other important aspect is that they are open and voluntary. We will see this is both a pro and a con for the participation. And the most important, last but not least, part is the primary purpose of those communities is to provide environmental, economic, and social benefits to the community. So before the financial profits, those environmental, economic, and social benefits. But clearly, the clean energy package is very important for the communities, but it's just a piece in this big puzzle, in this big context of the EU policy making. And particularly, I would like to talk about the twin green and digital ambitions, because there are many elements referring to the local energy communities in this overarching legislative proposals. You can see here in this slide, on the left, the European Green Deal, on the right, the digitalization strategy, shaping Europe's digital future. And both of them can be bridged through this recovery and resilience facility. So these plans financing both green investments and digital investments. In this slide, I wanted to report three main messages which are somehow linked to local energy communities, because local energy communities, as proposed in the European legislation, are based upon new market schemes, and they might be challenging the market regulations. Let's think about consumer rights, unbundling provisions. So there are some aspects which need to be rethought at European and national levels. So the three messages I would like to share with you are referring to the European energy market. In the previous energy packages, it was already stated that those markets should be integrated and interconnected, but the novelty now is in the digitalization aspects. So it's important to include also digital solutions in this framework of the local energy communities. Indeed, digital technologies are both an enabler. We need them for sustainability actions, but at the same time, they might be a big energy consumer. So a balance, a cost-benefit analysis should be conducted in order to make sure that the benefits outweigh the cost of these digital solutions. Finally, most of these projects of local energy communities are based, of course, on data. Data is at the core of the innovation, and data is needed to promote new services and support decision-making. But this data should be both accessible, which is not the case today for several actors, and interoperable. Let me now share with you some analysis we recently conducted on collective energy actions on local energy communities funded through the European Union financing programs, like the Research Innovation Program in particular, FP7 Horizon 2020, and other funding lines like the European Regional Development Fund and the IRANET scheme. So we conducted a study assessing the research innovation challenges for local energy communities, here called the collective action projects. We have now analysis for 22 projects. Let me shortly highlight the main messages coming out of this study. Indeed, the starting point is technology. We need technologies, we need technological solutions to implement local energy communities. And we identified 4 main clusters of technologies, from generation to storage, from solutions for consumers to energy management solutions. Of course, all these options and technologies sometimes are intertwined, interlinked in the different projects. They are not just considering in silos different clusters, but they are working together. Even though the final aim is, for most of these projects we analyzed, of course, activating demand-side management mechanism and providing flexibility services to the local community or to the wider system. I told you about technologies. Let me just recap the main objectives of the projects we analyzed for local energy communities. On the left, we have the overarching objectives, which are the usual ones linked to the strategic policy making, which are decreasing energy use and CO2 emissions, increasing renewable energy and system reliability. But then on the right side, if we go deeper into the projects, we have some project-specific objectives. The most recurrent one is increasing the consumption rate, of course, of local generated electricity. We already heard about that in the previous speeches. Then we have reducing energy consumption and electricity bill costs, implementing also some consumer engagement strategies. And the last part is about improving local energy independency and supporting participation in local flexibility markets. In sum, there are some initiatives which are just targeting the local community and others which are trying to understand how they can improve the overall system, optimizing the overall system operations, especially those linked to the system flexibility and the provision of flexibility services for the markets. Who is participating in these projects, in these research innovation projects financed by the European Union institutions? Universities and research centers at the top, with technology manufacturers and ICT companies, but also other actors are emerging more and more into this new scheme of local energy communities. Of course, distribution system operators, but also public institutions and energy cooperatives. So there is an interesting trend involving, let's say, new emerging figures into these technology-based projects. Energy community is about technologies, about business models, but also about community engagement. Without the involvement of the actors, we already heard about that during the previous speeches, without the involvement of the citizens and the different actors at local level, they cannot be implemented. Here we analyzed in depth the different engagement strategies adopted by the local communities. I don't give you the details. There are some web links at the end of the presentation where you can download the study, but in big clusters you can see here, there are attempts to increase awareness of the citizens. There are other strategies which are more pragmatic, incentives and rewards to the citizens for participating in local markets. Then there are more participatory approaches, like involving users in the project design. And finally, there are other projects trying to use this pathway of entrusting some actors, local champions, to support or promote the projects. This is the part about the GRC work on collecting information on local energy communities and performing knowledge sharing activities. In this part, I just would like to shortly mention that we are actively collaborating with some concrete and real projects on the ground. For example, we're working with this renewable energy community of Maiano Alpi on several aspects. Here, I just want to highlight one. We are performing together replicability and scalability analysis to understand how this project can be scaled up or replicated in different areas, in different contexts. We just started, and we will be working this year, next year, on the outcomes of this joint activity. Let me come to conclusions, final messages. We saw that there is, of course, a European Union's policy framework working on energy communities. And we also saw that there are some budget lines and funding to promote research innovation. But we think more efforts are still needed for creating a supportive policy, research, innovation framework for energy communities. And this framework should be based on these three pillars I told you about: technologies, business models, and community engagement. Technologies, of course, as I mentioned, they are the starting point and the cornerstone of every and each local energy community. But this technology should be better interacting with the social part, the social dimension, which is theoretically included in the projects, but not well interfaced at this stage, at least in the projects we analyzed. Then the second bullet point is business models. We need the further interaction between incumbents, the traditional actors, and emerging actors to build profitable business models. For example, in the case of flexibility service provision. And of course, also the regulatory framework shall be adapted, because there are several elements which impact the business models, like tariffs, incentives, and so on and so forth. Finally, community engagement. So communities should be involved in the projects, but at the same time, a balance needs to be struck between engaging them and protecting vulnerable consumers, because the benefits of a local energy community should be spread across all the actors and all the users and people living in that area, which means those willing to be involved should be on board, but those not willing to do so should be protected and somehow benefiting of this new scheme. I'm talking about energy poverty and vulnerability, of course. Final message, system-wide approach. What do I mean by that? I think we need to take a system-wide perspective when assessing a project, meaning that the benefits of the local energy community, benefits from the social, environmental, and economic viewpoint, shouldn't be only attached to those involved in the project, but to the whole system. That's why we need cost-benefit analysis to be conducted to assess the pros and cons and the better way to implement these local energy community projects. That's all from my side, and I thank you for your attention.
Grazie molte a Gianluca Fulli. Vi volevo anche ricordare.
Thank you very much. I would like to remind you that at the end of this session, there will be the chance to listen to the conclusion by Stefano Bessighini, chairman of ARERA. So we will have the chance to listen to the legal perspective, to which is essential. I invite our speakers to respect the timing, as Professor Fulli did, in order to have the time for the final remarks. Now we have another guest from Netherlands, Dan Kreppeland. He's the coordinator of RESCOP. RESCOP is the European Federation of Energy Communities of Citizens. It is the hub of energy communities at European level. So I give the floor to Dan Kreppeland.
You in Italian. I know you don't, you cannot speak Italian, so thank you for joining us this morning. And I leave you the floor to your presentation. I've just introduced RESCOP, and you are the director of this important initiative in Europe. So please start.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And it's a real honor to be invited to this wonderful conference. I think it's super important that we have conferences like that, and we see conferences like that appearing in all different member states. So thanks very much, and congratulations to the wonderful organization. I hope I will be able to share a presentation. It says that it's disabled, so maybe that's a technical thing. Maybe you can look at it, or the technical people can support in getting that presentation available. Should that work? Yes, it does. Hold on. I hope you can see my screen now. Right. So I'm going to be talking about the thing I know best, and that's energy communities. And I'm mainly going to be talking about the European perspective, because I'm general manager of RESCOP EU, which is the European Federation of Citizen Energy Cooperatives. We are a non-profit association that is not based in the Netherlands, unfortunately. We're based in Belgium, in Brussels, close to the European institutions. And we operate as a non-profit association. We were only founded back in 2013 alongside a European project. And today our staff contains 13 people. And our network has been growing over the past 8 years. Right now, we represent about 2,000 European energy cooperatives. That's a growing movement. We represent about 1.25 million EU citizens at the moment. Those are all people who have been participating or who have been joining one of those energy cooperatives. RESCOP EU itself is a proud board member of the European Association of Cooperatives in general, which is called Cooperatives Europe. And we are also a proud member of the International Cooperative Alliance, which is an international association that is representing cooperatives in all different industries. An important thing to consider when talking about energy communities or energy cooperatives is that a cooperative to us is not restricted to a legal form. In fact, one of the things we realized in RESCOP is that in several member states, there's no such thing as a cooperative legal form. So that also poses the question as to what we see as a cooperative. It's an important discussion to have. What we think an energy cooperative is and what it represents is a group of citizens who are taking action on the ground to accelerate the energy transition. And they are jointly cooperating on those projects, and they comply to what we call 7 International Cooperative Alliance principles. It's 7 ICA principles. Some of you may recognize those, but those are the principles that make a cooperative a real cooperative. It includes things like voluntary and open membership, democratic control by the members, the economic participation by the members. There's autonomy and independence involved. Cooperatives put a lot of effort into educating people, training, and also providing information. And obviously, and by nature, cooperatives also seek collaboration. One of the things we realized in ResGroup when we assess our network, or when we have a look at our network of 2,000 energy cooperatives, is that most of our members are producing renewables, but because support schemes like feed-in tariffs or green certificate system have gone down over the past years, a lot of our members have also started looking into a different set of activities. And that, for instance, includes district heating. That also includes cooling initiatives. We have members that are dealing with renewable energy generation, but also energy supply. We have cooperatives that own and manage closed distribution grids. We have cooperatives that are involved in electric car sharing, energy monitoring services, collective purchasing for LED. All that kind of stuff is involved in our network. So it's a huge variety of activities that our members are working on. We also recently mapped all the initiatives that we have in our network. And surprisingly, we found many energy cooperatives in Central and Eastern, well, in Central and Northern European countries. We hardly couldn't find any initiatives in Central Eastern Europe. There's good reasons for that, including a lack of financial support mechanisms for renewable energy generation. There's also a general lack of trust in the concept of a cooperative, and there's usually lack of financial means at the local level to actually accelerate initiatives like that. What you may have to take from this part is the fact that we're not just talking about cooperatives that are producing renewables, but we have members that are covering the whole range. Something we realized and something that we're very happy with is that at the European level, we now have what we call the Clean Energy Package. It was already touched upon in the former presentation, but it contains 2 important definitions for energy communities. There is a definition for citizen energy communities, which is outlined in the Electricity Market Directive, and there's also the Renewable Energy Community, which is featured in the Renewable Energy Directive. What is important for member states to realize and for policymakers in Europe is that these regulations, these definitions have to be transposed into national legislation. And the deadlines for that have already passed. That's important. So all member states need to transpose these definitions. And the good thing is that these definitions have a lot of things in common. The main thing I want to emphasize is that these definitions and these concepts are social concepts. It should allow communities to get together and accelerate the energy transition. And the definitions have a lot of things in common in a sense that it's legal entities with a non-commercial purpose. They should be effectively controlled by members who are not primarily engaged in the energy sector. It provides huge opportunities for local citizens, but also local authorities. So that includes both cities and municipalities, and also SMEs and micro enterprises. One of the important criteria that are featured in both definitions at the EU level are open and voluntary membership, and the renewable energy community also has a requirement for autonomy. You already see some resemblances with the European definition that I already showed you, and the 7 ICA principles that we've been talking about. As a federation, we see one of our main tasks as representing the voice of our members and putting a lot of effort into European advocacy. We also foster collaboration between energy communities, and we support starters to actually accelerate their project. And we also get to do a lot of promotion activities. And we have been producing quite some relevant publications over the past years. Maybe I will start on the left-hand side. This is a community energy guide that is helping helping and supporting people who actually want to set up an energy community at the local level. And this is a guide that actually helps them to take the right steps into setting up such an activity. This is actually a great way to show the different examples that are available in our network. The one in the middle is a publication that is mainly targeting local authorities and municipalities that want to learn what energy communities can do and what the potential of community energy is. It can also be quite relevant to policymakers at national level, but also at the regional level, to better understand the concept and to see how they can actually introduce that into their policy frameworks. And then eventually there is the documents on the right-hand side, which are policy documents, particularly relevant to policymakers at the national level, but also regulators. We produced a guidebook to help member states in Europe to transpose the definitions and to make favorable legislation at the national level in which energy communities can thrive and prosper. And quite recently, only 2 weeks ago, we have published what we call a transposition tracker. A transposition tracker that is assessing the different member states and that is well, trying to see to what extent the member states have been able to transpose the definitions so far. One of the things we realized is that Italy has not transposed the has only transposed the renewable energy community definition. And we also noticed that it does not integrate all the criteria that have been outlined in the European definition and that are featured in the revised Renewable Energy Directive. In fact, the autonomy aspect and the effective control by the members, well, they are not addressed in the Italian definition, which obviously poses the risk of abuse by commercial or by industrial players. And as I already told you, the concept is really a social one. It should provide opportunities for local actors, including citizens and local authorities and SMEs. Another thing we noticed is the fact that the renewable energy definition stands side by side with the definition for collective self-consumption. It presumes quite a strong technology focus, and that may also limit the ability for renewable energy communities to actually operate across the energy system. As I already said, there's a whole variety of activities that energy communities can engage in, and we have wonderful examples available here at RescuePU. This is, one of the things we also realized is the fact that there's also a cap, in the Italian definition, there's a cap on the RES production. And it says that it should not exceed 200 kilowatt hours. And there's also quite a rigid, as we understood it, quite a rigid, geographical proximity that, yeah, it is defined as consumption under the same low voltage grid, which may prevent energy communities from a certain size to operate activities and to compete on equal grounds. Of course, the definition and the transposition into national legislation is one thing. The directives also need to get an enabling framework, a legislative framework at the national level that allows energy communities to thrive and prosper. This is not clear for us from the perspective of RescuePU at the moment, and so we're very curious to see what comes out in that regard for the Italian case. Now, to conclude, I want to point out that regulators and decision makers at all levels can get in touch with ResCope. They can get in touch with us, and we're happy to help them to transpose the definitions, both the one for renewable energy community and also the one for citizen energy community, and to basically design enabling frameworks that allow local actors to take on an active role in the energy system and speed up the energy transition. Thank you very much, and I will leave it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan, for the great work that you are doing with your organization. Just a comment to you and for the audience. we were operating on a temporary legislation. So now our politicians and policymakers at the beginning of this morning highlighted what is changing in the legislation. So we will allow uh, plants up to 1 megawatt to get rewarded the premium tariff, and there is no limit anyway above that. Just they won't get the premium tariff if you go above 1 megawatt. And also the community will be extended to the medium voltage cabin. So the number of citizens that could be aggregated will be thousands of citizens. So there are at least some limits that will be overcome by the new legislation that is happening in 2022. So we will keep you updated on what's happening. So passiamo la parola al prossimo
Now we give the floor to the next speaker, Maurizio Delfanti, who is a professor and managing director of RSE, the research system on energy. And I give the floor to Mr. Delfanti. Thank you very much. I need a device to advance with my slides. I thank and congratulate with IFEC colleagues, and I thank you since you explained some points related to the previous speaker. Past elements resulted from a past framework that helped us in advancing, but the new legislation will overcome these limits. So it is useful to specify the starting framework and the next framework we will work in. As for RSE is concerned, we have been working on energy. We are a completely public center. We are a research center, and we work in tightly connection with the Ecological Transition Ministry and ARERA. For today's initiative, I would like to emphasize that we work on basic research, models and scenarios. We support the regulation. We support the technological transfer for the Green Deal. And I would like to share with you some slides that will be useful for the following roundtable. First of all, I would like to specify the role our center played for the energy planning. Here you have all the activities we carried out together with national and territorial lawmakers since 2016. And then you have all the different scenarios. Recently, we worked for the long-term strategy for 2050, and we are still involved in the updating climate energy national plan in order to include the new targets of Green Deal. So over the years, we have always played a role related to energy scenario and impact on electrical system, as well as on a detailed study on territories. As I said, Green Deal is going to be implemented. So often we talk about figures, about targets, about percentage for future. But we have to specify that everything is done on a preliminary basis because everything is ongoing. As you know, in July, the package Fit for 55 was issued, but it is still under negotiation with the European Commission. So when the Green Deal will be implemented, we will have a 55% target for CO2 and other targets, as you can see from the slide. I don't want to go into details, but we are following the same methods we used in the past. On the right, we can see the expectations for 2050. What we are implementing corresponds to the dotted line minus 51%. That means that our targets are even braver from here to 2030 and from 2030 to 2050. It is necessary from now to make significant efforts. Here you have the reduction of CO2, which is the key target we have, even if there are also sub-sectorial targets for the use of some techniques in the future. So we have a target in terms of emission, but we also have a guidance in the short and medium term. So according to our calculations, we are at 37% for Green Deal, and then on the right-hand side, you have the same for electrical, thermal, and transportations. So you can see the changes over the time, and you can also see the difference between 2030 and 2030 Green Deal. So you can see the difference between the Green Deal and the national plan for electricity, thermal, and transportation. As you know, there are deadlines for zero emission. Now I would like to focus on the renewable electrical sources and power, which mostly impact our territories in the both modalities, bottom up and top down. So here you have the time frame 2020-2030, and you can see the evolution. I have to say that these 55 gigawatts are a very challenging target. To me, PNRR is something in between with very strong ties, able to guide us in both cases. For photovoltaic and wind resources, we have almost the same situation, as you can see from the slide. Here you have the wind situation. So the delta is 23, and we have 12 giga of new power. Underneath, there is a strong hypothesis we discussed yesterday. That is to say, our capability to have a leaner and quicker administrative process. So environmental protection is an absolute value, but climate element is absolute too. The current effort aims to compensate these two elements to achieve one single reliable solution. In order to achieve these targets, we need a top-down approach. Here, I focused on the fact that we, and by we I mean Italy, even if there are nuances, but in Italy we have tools that allow us to have an integrated planning. Territorial mapping is very accurate, very detailed for future forecasts. So personally, I think that we should share this value and we should use it very carefully. As for the top-down approach with the well-known related problems, an excessive pressure from above may be detrimental for the system. So having a lot of money for the plants is not enough, because if you give too much money, the result is not positive. The other approach, vice versa, is what we are experiencing directly recently. I think that we should go for this option in order to achieve a part of the huge targets we have to achieve. It is not possible to achieve one single solution. For example, 40% of plants are installed on the ground. So we have to understand how to put together the two approaches. And this slide is devoted to this approach, the current and future regulation for energy communities. The previous speakers have already mentioned these figures. So 200 kilowatt to 1 megawatt, and which is very important, space is wider. So now area are not as small as a stamp, now are as big as a blanket. So it is important to take profit from these new opportunities provided by new laws, without forgetting the local dimension, because the bottom-up approach is based upon a greater participation of people, of territories. The support of public administration sometimes is essential. It is the case of small communities, it is the case of energy poverty. So after the receiving of these funds, after the implementation of these regulations, I would be puzzled if the energy poverty wouldn't be solved. And this is an open challenge for the following debate. I apologize for being a little bit late, but I conclude here my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Delfanti. Now I introduce the following speakers. Giuseppe Montesano, Deputy Director of Enel Foundation.
Grazie mille, buongiorno. Quello che io vorrei fare innanzitutto è appunto una breve...
Thank you very much. I would like to think over the role of entities like Enel Foundation in order to foster an optimum implementation of energy communities. We propose ourselves as a knowledge platform because we want to build up a future with clean energy. Our research and activities, training activities refer to the main trends in the sector. We try and interpret them in a very sustainable way. For this reason, I consider that partnerships are key to these missions. We have different types of partnerships, including studies, exchange of positions and standpoints. I think that dialogue and confrontation are very important to grow and to go deeper into details, to grow our knowledge. I would like to draw your attention on the IFEC initiative, because I think that this partnership is going to represent a key partnership to pave the way for new energy communities, for the development of new energy communities. We are a foundation partner of IFEC, and as such, we provide knowledge, we share research in order to develop models. We work with other partners to develop our studies and research. For instance, we have cooperated with other partners to publish some papers on energy community. Energy communities are an important step of our future development. We need to take care of environmental sustainability, social accountability. Energy communities can be an efficient tool to spread these values from production to consumption. It's clear that the development of energy communities is a challenge, and it can be also turned into an important trend. We need to involve citizens, public institutions, small and medium enterprises, but we need to use energy in a more efficient way. This is a good reason for providing incentives for the installation of proper equipment, contributing to reach European objectives and goals on energy resources. They also represent a great opportunity for service communities, but we need to adapt productive processes to develop new systems and business models. We are working on this to try to identify new regulatory frameworks and training projects to work in an efficient way. I think that energy communities are a strong tool to promote new business models. Let's think over fiscal allowances, which are a result of that. But we think that incentives should regard also big installations. We need to safeguard the principle that incentives reflect costs, and this can be done modulating the dimension of installations. So there are many other criteria which have been mentioned many times today to incentive the use of these renewable energy systems into communities. I think that we all should be in favor of a review of principles defined within the mentioned Italian decree for medium and low voltage systems. We have mentioned the Italian decree many times. We have also made reference to the European directives. They establish the legal framework for energy communities, but we must reflect to the fact that cabins, boxes are to be reviewed and considered properly. We need to identify stakeholders. Stakeholders should be configured in terms of postal codes. We are also analyzing in a research the role of electricity distributors. I mean, how electricity distributors may foster the development of energy communities, especially if we consider the engagement of big technology companies. These distributors may favor the dissemination of these networks, reducing costs. This can also increase the resilience of the systems. Each member of a community could take advantage of that in the end. Digital networks is also providing key technologies for an efficient and resilient use by communities. Digitalization also facilitates the renewal of these energy systems. Energy flows are improved. Data and information are also made available to improve the quality of energy generation and to properly manage each trade item, especially within the digitalization field. We know that EU directives must be adapted to each national system. We are aware of that. Each country may find the proper way to adapt EU regulations. We have 6 months to complete this process. Too much time, in my opinion. And I wanted to conclude, since that as Enel Foundation, we are open to any collaboration, to any opportunity to go deeper into details, to study more cases, because I think that the work in partnership is our core objective, is the core of our business, of our mission. Thank you. I want to thank the speakers of this early stage of this session, and I call next discussants for next round table. So I invite all the discussants to take their seat.
No, rimango qua allora. E rieccoci, sono sempre io in assetto diverso. Mi avevate riconosciuto.
Here we are again. Let's start this roundtable with a brief round. We will have 2 rounds in the end. I kindly invite each discussant to be rather brief, 3 to 4 minutes each one, to focus on the main aspects. So we will have 2 rounds. We will have the first round now, and I will introduce each one by mentioning each discussant. The first discussant has been an important collaborator of us. We have worked together in many different projects. We have worked with them and INEA. I'm glad to introduce Mauro Annunziato, as responsible of the Smart Energy Division of the Energy Technology Department and Renewable Energy Department of INEA. Thank you very much for introducing, and thank you very much for inviting me. The Smart Energy Division
praticamente fin dall'inizio, da quando sono usciti il tema delle smart city and community,
works with people who work in this sector. We have been part of the we have a great experience in the smart communities, and we have worked together for many years. During the last 3 years, we have launched an important project regarding the development of communities, of energy communities, involving about 20 people, 25 people working full-time in this field. What about our strategy? We want to build up in collaboration with our institutional partners
creare un framework, diciamo, tra virgolette, istituzionale e tecnologico,
institutional and technological framework. We develop technologies and we need to help a community grow from an energetic point of view. So we need to work to plan, to simulate. Last May, we launched the tour Recon, a tour used for a technical and economic simulation tour. It was rather successful. We are currently working on hundreds of energy projects. We have seen that many municipalities have included our tool, our Recon tool, as a requirement, and this is a success for planification, for planning. We have been able to develop other 2 platforms. The first one called Damius. Damius is important as an evaluation tool for citizens. Citizens may focus on energy efficiency and production. It helps reduce costs, energy costs, and have control on daily consumptions. The second platform is called Cruise. It's a reference platform for the community. You can use it to analyze all profiles, consumption, self-consumption profiles. It includes different allocation models. Maybe you can be awarded just because you synchronize better or just because you produce renewable energies. Let me see that there's also another platform which has been implemented. It will be ready next year. Recon and Damius have been recently launched, and they are operating today. But we are working on a third platform which will favor log and share the economy. It will be a token-based system, creating a connection between energy, shared energy, and social services. So there will be an exchange among citizens being part of the same community. These platforms are rather complex, which are based on a considerable backhand. So sometimes they may also determine meaningful difficulties. Nevertheless, we have different collaborations in place with municipalities, consortia, and we keep our availability at the disposal of everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to give the floor to Alessandro Petruzzi, is responsible for the Energy, Gas, Water and Residue Department, Feder Consumatori, Consumer Federation, APS. Thank you very much. I want to stress the fact that we are a believer in we are a believer in IFEC projects. This is why we have decided to share IFEC objectives. We are actually considered as legal advisors in case of cases. This is what we do daily with our offices. But we have also decided to participate in initiatives like this one because they are very important to increase our knowledge and to improve from a skills and competence point of view. We know that this is happening in a very difficult moment for citizens. We are actually facing
che giornalmente vengono gli utenti ai nostri sportelli che hanno difficoltà di tutti i tipi.
Many difficulties in reading energy contracts, in doing energy bill payments. So our citizens are disoriented in many cases. Digital transition, for instance, is key to society, but citizens sometimes have difficulties in using digitalization. They need support, and this is why we want to be present to support our communities in this sector. We work with different partners, with different institutions to try to simplify the different strategies, the different tariff and cost schedules. For instance, we had to fight to provide correct and efficient services. Red tape can be an obstacle many times. The administration can be a barrier for many citizens. But this also implies sharing different knowledge. We have also heard energy poverty. Energy poverty is a reality. We may not disregard that urgency. There are communities, regions, territories that are very advanced, but there are citizens who are poor, who have no access to digitalization, to proper resources. This is why we should be more inclusive in providing our services. To do that, we need to understand the vulnerabilities, who vulnerable citizens are, so that energy communities can really be an answer. We know that energy communities can be a proper answer, a key element to each society. Energy communities, as they have been designed, respond to a special form of democracy, but we must be very attention. We need to work very hard to overcome any obstacle and work in compliance with the law against any form of corruption. I would like to launch a proposal. We represent an important part of the society. Enel, on the other hand, covers a great extension of the Italian territory as an energy supplier. So I see that we should start dialoguing together, creating a target communication with the support of all your companies that play a key role in society. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mrs. Lucia Ruggeri. She is connected remotely. Lucia Ruggeri is about to connect with ourselves. She obtained a degree at the Camerino University. She is today the director of the specialization school in law, in civil law within the Camerino University. She represents today NCL, and she has a great experience in energy sustainability and years. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I want to thank all the organizers. I want to thank WEC, IFEC, the Polytechnical University of Turin, because what we are doing is exceptional. We are all working for a civil transition. This is the basis for ecological and digital transition. Smart cities are the future, are the present. For this reason, they require engagement of citizens. We need to support citizens in the organization of a society. Society will be more efficient and more compliant with climate change challenges. As as NCL, we monitor energy community regulations. Thanks to the university, we have been able to start an international project that involves 46 researchers from 13 different countries. These researchers monitor the implementation of energy communities in different countries. The results we have been able to gather are very interesting. We have delivered questionnaires based on questions that reveal that people are not that much aware of energy sustainability and energy efficiency. This is why we need to work better to involve citizens, because the technological gap is incredible. I'm not only talking about technological knowledge, devices, digital divide. In my opinion, based on data we have published, this is a very complex challenge that we need to face. Maybe I will share the link to our project on the chat of this Zoom room. I really believe that this network is going to be very useful. We work with inland internal territories. We are about to start a new project on renewable energies in peripheral areas. We work in the region of Umbria, in the region of Marche, in the center of Italy, and thanks to consumer networks, we are disseminating information within schools and municipalities in many regions, including the region of Lazio. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this intervention. I give the floor to Mr. Mauri. was going to talk about the multidisciplinarity of this sector. We have different experts with different backgrounds, people who are expert in political science, in law. Federico Mauri represents Eni. Eni is a big Italian company working in the energy sector. I give the floor to you to tell us something about any position. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for all the contributions, for all your for sharing your expertise. We as Eni have tried to work to reach the objectives that have been established recently. Energy communities provide the opportunity to be proactive and participate in this energy transition actively. So people can be active participants in the energy transition. Nevertheless, we know that the horizon is long. Maybe we will have a 20-year perspectives with an increasing demand on installations. I consider that objectives are about to be defined. We are reasoning about 1 gigawatt, which represents a possible target for Italy. To reach this objective, we need to pave the way for preconditions. We need proper policies and funds to support energy communities. I want to be brief, but let me add that I think that we are going the right way. We have adapted the regulations to the Italian law. We have increased the power of equipment and installation, which is obviously very important. So everything is being developed correctly. We are now waiting for implementation decrees. There are some other issues that require attention, for instance, infrastructures and the like. I think that we should eliminate any barrier. For instance, we should avoid any extra cost for consumers due to the development of the infrastructure. And we also should grant high quality services. So, in brief, we are going the right direction. Incentives are very important. Shared energy is a key issue within this mechanism of energy communities, but there are also many other opportunities to come, which will be offered by next recovery and resilience plan. Small municipalities may take advantage of the recovery plan for the development of their territories. As Eni, we consider that the energy communities are a key element. For this reason, we want to support them. We have invested in renewable energies. We have created new retail stores. We also acquired Evolvere, that is an important company playing a key role in the prosumer sector. And we have also acquired My Solar Family, an innovative startup company where more than 80,000 citizens share their experiences to globally improve. From an operating point of view, we are experimenting a new project in Naples, in the south of Italy. We have collaborated with an important partner for that project, focusing on common consumption. We have signed a protocol with local municipalities involving another territory in the north of Italy to support local entities in technicalities, legal aspects, administration issues, through which AMI analysis may be carried out. We also propose ourselves as a company, as an advisor to support the citizens, so to allow them understand how to optimize investments and consumption.
Grazie per questo primo intervento. Passo ora la parola ad Andrea Zaghi, direttore generale di Elettricità Futura, che è l'associazione di aziende che operano nel settore elettrico. Prego.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. We are very glad to be here today. We are here with enthusiasm, and we are glad to be technical partner of IFEC and to share the expertise of all our members, more than 500 companies. Self-consumption is part of the DNA of our association, established even before the monopoly as an association of self-producers and self-consumers. So during the monopoly, it was active, and then when the market was liberalized, we turned to be the reference association for both. Recently, as for energy community, we noticed a growing interest not only by small and medium enterprises which want to be installers, but also by big utilities. Our association has a very diversified members from big utilities up to a group of small companies, small enterprises, simple producers who invested in a photovoltaic plant, or those who wanted to develop projects for energy communities. Our target for 2030 could include something more than what Mr. Delfanti said. Probably we could aim at 51-55%, being in line with the final target of the EU. 51 is the result of a public sharing among member states. Those who are more performant can go from 55 up to 1 million. Our country could stop a little bit lower, but to us that would mean 70 giga of renewables to be installed. Most of that will be for utility scaled plants, and we think that for the distribution we could have 15-20 gigawatts. maximizing all the surfaces, roofs included, with a pretty exhaustive approach. As for energy communities, out of these gigawatts, we could, we are ongoing calculation, several gigawatts could be devoted to energy communities. So we should work more on this field together with the utility scale. As association, we followed closely both the experimental phase of the energy communities as they are defined by the decree, and also the definition of these communities in RED to a Mercato legislative decrees. Several proposals we submitted as associations have been approved by the Parliament, so the text the government submitted was improved, as well as the regulation that was experimental. It was based, however, on logics, as Mr. Girotto said, aiming to speed up this experimental phase without being obliged to report to EU several limits that apparently restricted the field were functional so that operators and consumers could start to learn these terms and to develop their know-how. Now we are ready as operators, and we believe that after an information campaign with the institutions, an information campaign that we want to continue because there is still a lot to be done, and IFEC could play a clear cut role. So we have to keep on going so that even the not experts, even those who are not experts, can be informed about this opportunity that could be very useful for decarbonization. I stop here. Maybe during my second intervention, I will go into details.
Comunità energetiche possono avere un'accelerazione.
Considering what energy communities need in order to speed up their work. Thank you very much. We conclude this roundtable with Alessandro Cecchi, who represents Utilitalia. So we conclude with the representative of the association that represents utilities. Thank you very much for your introduction and invitation. Utilitalia is always the last one because the name starts by U, so following the alphabetical order, we are often the last ones to take the floor. Anyway, considering what the previous speakers and the colleagues here said, I think that these are very interesting hints and suggestions. Utilitalia, as you know, maybe includes activities of all the main public controlled utilities. It represents 80% of the water sector, 55% of waste sector, 30% of gas distribution, and 15% of additional services. On a territorial basis, this percentage changes, in particular for big cities. Utilitalia, from this perspective, as for energy communities and self-production, Utilitalia has to represent the services, the management of networks and services for customers. And therefore, Utilitalia tries to fully assess all the opportunities which are provided by laws and regulations. The key target is to offer a robust and efficient development through specific inclusive characteristics, because the local communities play a key role in the area together with stakeholders if they want to join this opportunity. Dialogue is a pillar, is a column of our working methods. So what Mr. Petruzzi said will be taken into account. So we are used to work in a cooperative way with the associations representing consumers on a day-by-day basis, considering operational criticalities related to specific activities, specific phases. For example, negotiation, resolution of quarrels, of litigations from the legal perspective too. But we also want to use a dialogue in order to build up something for the future. A couple of suggestions very quickly. First of all, markets. Renewals, small renewals must play a key role in order to achieve targets for 2030 and in particular for the net decarbonization for 2050. Therefore, energy communities based on renewables are part of this perspective and play a key role, considering the safeguard of other aspects of other techniques and technologies. And in this sense, there are ongoing important developments. I refer in particular to the lack of use of soil and a direct engagement for users. Market perspective is very important indeed. Considering the two directives, it results that there are inputs for participation for energy communities. And that is true for both directives, for roles that will be developed in the future and that will be more and more important. So several profiles that will be useful for the future market. For example, the directive makes reference to the energy distribution for the future. From the consumer's perspective, it is very important to safeguard the opportunities for the consumers to make free choices and to have access to markets. We paid attention to the issue related to deduction. We have to pay attention, we must be careful without providing advantages for single consumers within the community. So it should be an option, an optional opportunity. In addition to that, if we talk about infrastructure, we have to take into account the role played by distributors. Distributors play a neutral role for the transition, the ecological transition. Our distributors pay attention to that, two remarks, one on efficiency to manage costs.
È stato molto ricco negli anni scorsi, sul modello fisico non
In the past, there was a rich debate on that.
bisogna stare molto
It
attenti
results that we must be very careful in terms of efficiency related to single choice.
maggiori costi di capitale,
It implies an increase of capitals, and also it implies a change of costs for maintenance. So if OPEX and CAPEX change, that implies a higher cost for users and consumers, and this is not good, this is not positive. Secondly, in terms of efficiency, we need to achieve a good quality standard for the service. Technology and distribution actions, technology in particular for second generation devices, and action to increase resilience, while they are of paramount importance. Step by step, a full dissemination pathway has started concerning the installation of second generation electronic counters, for example. This is an important value to be emphasized. First of all, because this is the way for the country to be fair in terms of opportunities for consumers, regardless where they live, whether they live in Rome, Milan, or in a small town or village. In particular, it provides features related to time, and that implies advantages which are very important indeed. And if we have time, we can think about it. I make reference to storage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you too. We are almost on time, despite the fact that we started late. Now we start a second round of the table. So you are kindly asked to add something you didn't say. And I have also a question on the change of scale, small, medium voltage. We now know that this change will take place. What do you think about it? Is it a way to be closer to the consumer or not? Another question, if I install a device, for example, if I install it on the roof of a house, if we have a change of scale, there are advantages, benefits, but there are also negative or positive implications for the citizens. That will be found out progressively. So,
io diciamo l'ampliamento di scala lo
so
vedo come una grande
in my view, the change of scale is an outstanding opportunities. The real value of this action is the review of the system based upon a new relationship among the user, the citizens, the utility, the administration. A wider scale allows us to better work on that, and this is a huge potential. It's a change of paradigm. It is not that easy.
invece parlerei di opportunità
I
perché
will talk about
parlando
opportunities
di
rather
culture
than
diverse,
barriers
interessi
or
diversi, lavori
obstacles,
diversi,
because we are talking
territori
about
diversi.
different
Stiamo vedendo la
cultures,
nascita di
different
tantissime
logics,
comunità. Noi veramente
different
ne stiamo vedendo
areas,
tante
and
a
we
partire
are
dalla Romania
noticing that
ne vedremo
many
tante dove ci
communities
fidiamo, ma
are
non c'è il rischio di creare un
established. So the
arcipelago
question
di
is,
tantissime piccole
do we
isole
take the
isolate.
risk to
È invece
create an
importante
archipel
allora
of
cercare di
many
sviluppare un linguaggio comune,
isolated
cercare uno
communities?
standard. Diciamo,
Isn't
l'impegno
it
di Nesta è
important
stato
to
questo,
develop a
l'economia di
common
mercato, ma non è
language?
perché l'Inesi mette sul mercato,
That's why I was mentioning platforms by INEA. We work with utilities because we want to focus on standards representing the interests of consumers, of companies. So, in conclusion, I think that this framework, a multidisciplinary framework representing several entities, could allow to focus on a standard. A standard is created thanks to bottom up suggestions. We talked about transparency, data access, KPI, to have benchmarking among communities. For that, you need clear cut reference data. Sometimes I heard talking about different things as if they were the same thing, but this is not the case. So this is an opportunity within this framework, and we are absolutely available. We have always focused not on one single energy community, but on a network of energy communities sharing the same language, the same standard, exchanging the experiences. So I dare say that the idea of a megawatt is not a limit because you can set up big networks too. The key point is connection and exchange, exchange of data and experiences. This is important, but the local identity must be safeguarded because this is the basis of the community. A community is based upon local identity. Thank you. Alessandro Petruzzi? Yes. The advantage for the consumer and the opportunities implies that you have to achieve a good agreement. And a good agreement implies advantages. I can write the best agreement, but if it is not good for my partners, for my consumers, the agreement is not approved. So, first of all, we have to change partially the language. It is not possible to provide a high cost, an expensive bill to combine that to the cost of the digital transition because the citizen immediately say stop because I have already paid my bill. So we have to work on that. We have to think about it. 2, 3 days ago, the board of mayors ended its works. Mayors, public administration always complain for a lack of staff, of training, of experts. Sometimes it is difficult to understand the tender. So, as the previous speaker said, we have to help. We have the chance to having an independent community with its own identity using tested tools. So we have to convey the advantage to the citizens. Citizens have to understand that on one hand, it is possible to save money on energy, and on the other hand, there is also an environmental saving. So this increase of availability of
Pensiamo a quante aree dismesse.
possibilities is not limited to a house. What about land? sometimes we want to exploit a rural area, and next to that area we have two dismissed, two abandoned hangars that we could use. The same applies for transportation.
perché non può essere un luogo dove insediare
So
delle strumentazioni. Quindi
those
guarda,
abandoned areas could be used. Last but not least,
che se si creano
if we establish these communities,
strutture si stanno preparando, aiutano e forniscono l'accesso al
that is a
credito,
help to have access to credits, and
anche nazionali che hanno messo a
there are some national companies which put resources at disposal. They allowed to buy shares of that community, and in that way you create quality jobs because you also have people dealing with maintenance and not only with education, training, or technical issues. So I think that this is an outstanding opportunity, and we should try to promote it as far as it is possible. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Lucia Ruggeri remotely for a final remark.
Sì, diciamo le
Well,
barriere indubbiamente sono
obstacles
emerse chiaramente negli studi che si stanno
had
conducendo
been
in Italia. La
emphasized by studies carried out not only in Italy. Then we have unbalanced knowledge, a lack of engagement strategies, a lack of follow up. These are the inputs from our observatory, including states which are more experienced. So we think that it could be useful to develop a drafting activity with the participation. It takes time, but if you write down a statute, which is an article of associations, which is shared, this is useful because anyway, these are no-profit associations. So we have to include people to draft the article of association. So we have to foster the link with nature, with local authorities, and we also have to solve financial problems. We have general financial tools, social bonds, tailor-made tools for small communities as well. Maybe after today's meeting, we can share models, organizational models, not necessarily as a cooperative, as it is the case in Belgium. We have a strong third sector, so we could identify organizational facilities to test, to validate, and in particular, we have to provide a suitable communication, an appropriate communication. And that includes information concerning the bills, as far as Italy is concerned. These are the ideas we gathered into our book, which is consultable. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reference of the publication we can all have access to. Now I give the floor to Federico Mauri for a short final remark. Thank you. So your question referred to possible obstacle for energy communities. Without any doubt, we have to mention the key obstacle, that is to say, the lack of laws or incomplete laws. this problem has been solved. We can do more and better, but this problem has been solved. In addition to that, we also need stability. We have to have a reliable framework for anyone. In addition to that, complexity of procedure. From this point of view, we have to simplify, and any element aiming to simplify is more than welcome, because we have to simplify the access, the establishment, the daily life of all these associations. There is one more element related to culture of the energy community. Often we said that this is a time when paradigms are changed, and for energy communities, this change is clear cut. Today, the ideal REC, citizens invest and produce energy. There are also energy companies providing services for the creation and development of these communities. And local authorities and public administration play an innovative role. They can really be a guide in this sector, helping local communities, helping the economies of each local communities to develop. As any, to us, this is a key element. That's why we hope that this active behavior by the public administration evolve more and more. As ENI, we are totally available to provide the services, the follow-up services, as I said before, in order to facilitate. In conclusion, I would like to say that with my solar family, the startup I have already mentioned,
ma che in realtà, se posso aggiungere anche una nota fuori copione, lo vedo anche un po', diciamo,
in
proprio
my
in realtà che
view,
stiamo vivendo oggi del forum IFEC, dove
as
vedo
we
una
can see
partecipazione veramente
today
ampia e
here,
diversificata
participation is very wide and diversified.
e
So
questo
many
mi
different
fa
players
capire, mi fa
are
pensare che
interested and
effettivamente c'è
participate.
una spinta
And that
dal
shows
basso,
that there
c'è una
is
spinta
a
reale per andare
real
nella
bottom
direzione
up
delle comunità
boost
energetiche e da
for
questo punto di vista
energy
appunto ti citavo
communities.
l'elemento di My Solar Family perché
I
in quel
mentioned
caso
my
praticamente
solar
le città
family
maggiori
because in that
singole poi
case,
decidono di investire proprio
it is
perché
not
magari per un
one
singolo
single initiative to invest,
impiegato ovviamente
because
non è
1 megawatt is
quello il
too much
punto,
for
ma sono
one
più
single
singoli che
person.
decidono di investire per
So it is
proporre
not
energia verde,
up to
servire
one
di
single
rifiuti,
person to
eccetera, ma
invest
soggetti
in
che
green
cercano di
energy.
mettersi in
Now we
rete,
have
cercano di
several
sviluppare quelle
people
sinergie tra
trying
di
to
loro e a
set
mio
up
avviso questo è
networks to
un
develop
patrimonio
synergies.
paragonabile con
And
il
in my
sistema
view, this
nazionale,
is
non possiamo
a
assolutamente
value
perdere
we
di carico,
must
dottor essere
keep
sottovalorizzare
and
tutto
enhance at most.
110. Non volevo arrivare
110%.
che ci ha distratto anche un po' dal comunità energetica. Grazie per questo intervento e chiedo anche ad Andrea Zaghi di Elettricità Futura un commento.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Andrea for a comment. Andrea Zaghi. Yes, as my colleague was saying, we are believers in a virtual model for an energy community. We don't want to replicate inefficiently network infrastructures. We already have distributors, we have networks, all Italian citizens and cities are very efficient. We are about to start a growing digitalization process. So I'm certain that the role of distributors will be key to the process. I agree. I agree with the displacement of focus. We, as an association, proposed to use the postal code as a reference because each consumer knows the reference postal code. There are more difficulties in the identification of a primary cabinet, energy cabinet. So it's clear that the role of operators is going to be very important in supporting energy communities. I also agree with the possibility to have more megawatt installations, so not only one megawatt installation per energy community. In my opinion, we could be more brave. We could be braver. We could do more. 1 megawatt is not too much. There's a big issue. There's an important discussion on the power because we would like to reach at least 3.5 megawatts. There are many other important issues which could turn into an obstacle to the growth of energy communities. In my opinion, we should be more independent, more autonomous in terms of contracts. To date, we need and must defend consumers, but cancellation procedures, contract cancellation should be an obstacle because you know that any cancellation may give rise to disputes with all consequential effects. I believe that we could extend, at least in this early stage, the package of installations. We could also include cogeneration or micro cogeneration installations, which should and could be renewable, at least in the medium period, including methane gas or the like. They could be an important propeller to promote the primary gas resource. Maybe using a fossil resource, we could nevertheless pave the way for energy community with a maximization of energy, because we know that there are heaters or boilers which are rather efficient from the carbon production point of view. Last but not least, that could have been a very interesting idea, the inclusion among the actors of this energy community, the inclusion of companies in this energy community. For some people, their inclusion could be detrimental to the identification of the energy community identity. In my opinion, the inclusion of reference energy companies could determine a multiplier effect. An important multiplier effect that could help us reach decarbonization objectives in less time. Thank you very much. I consider that the directive was not allowing the last point you have mentioned. I do not totally agree with you. Our positions are different, are not matching. I think that nevertheless we will be able to overcome the difficult. I want to ask Alessandro Cecchi to conclude this discussion. You are the last discussant of this table. I would like to reflect about what we can do to improve in terms of barriers, in terms of community development, growth, regulations. We know that scale-up installations will be possible. This is our main objective, our major objective. I consider this element something useful for the development of smaller installation, smaller energy communities. It's a maximum threshold, a maximum cap, but it could be very useful. On the other hand, the extension of opportunities also creates more opportunities. Renewable energy communities may find an opportunity to grow through these new strategies. There can also be worries on distribution, on the supply of renewable energies according to this concept. So all the people must be engaged, must be proactive participants, and we as a country should be able to detect criticalities regarding energy poverty that we have also mentioned this morning. So from that point of view, during the future process, when implementing this framework, we will have to pay attention to properly implement these mechanisms. This implies proper engagement, sharing of knowledge, where utilities may also have an innovative role, a new role different from traditional roles. So utilities would also develop support roles, and they can also favor dialogue with institutions. I want to conclude this comment making reference to the future of incentives. This is an explicit observation. We are sure that regulations are going to this direction. To some extent, we will have to consider the increasingly important role of accumulation. It is clear that we may not reason any longer on production only, but also on accumulation. Production and accumulation are key aspects. We have made some simulation to understand the reference time scale. We have said a lot about second-generation electric meters, but if we talk about self-production and self-consumption, from this point of view, we need to combine technologies. We need to use the best technologies with a proper quantification of incentives, boosting accumulations on a small scale, which is important for the energy transition. Thank you very much for this conclusion, for remembering us the role of accumulation, which has not been analyzed this morning. We are in time. For this reason, I want to thank the Valdostana Water Company that has played a key role to the energy center with collective consumption initiatives, energy community initiatives involving also the Polytechnico University of Milan. So thank you very much for being here today as a representative of your region, Val d'Aosta region. All Italian regions actually should do like your region and the region of Piedmont. So thank you very much for your attention. Now I give the floor to Paolo Dermo for the celebration of the UCCER initiative.
Grazie Andrea, io subito chiamo con me.
Thank you very much. I want to call Engineer Sergio Riviero, Professor Borchiellini, and Mrs. Gabriela De Maio. This meeting represents an important celebration moment as energy community. We have said many times this morning that we need to network and identify each initiative, each the possibility to recognize the role of some projects from a technological point of view. This is the first edition of a prize, of an award that we have called a proclamation announcement. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Romano Borchiellini. I don't know whether you want to add something else. And Sergio will have the opportunity to stress the reasons for this proclamation. So thank you very much for being with us again. We have all participated in the evaluation commission. I give the floor to Professor Romano Borchiellini. Well, I want to stress that we have tried to give visibility to the different initiatives that, as the General Secretary has said, and the partners have also said, we are those who better represent the spirit of the energy community. And we have tried to collect data, to monitor the different situations, and to foster those projects which may have positive results on communities and the society from an energy point of view. I'll give the floor to Sergio. Well, we have analyzed different situations, and it resulted that it is important to gather different criteria. An energy community is a local system that maximizes self-consumption. It is also a system that is constituted from a juridical point of view. It must not be an idea. It must not be an experiment, but a judicial entity. This is established by Article 41 bis, which is the legal framework for this project. In our opinion, this entity should also work as a replicable experience, because experiments are important. They are useful, very useful for research purposes, but I really believe that it's now time to go ahead. There's no other alternative than to implement concrete projects. For this reason, we have decided to select the Friuli rural energy community, the community of San Daniele. This is an energy community that has an acronym CCF and B1. which is the acronym of a military machine. That's correct in the end, because it's an energy community which represents a juridical entity gathering 15 different municipalities with a president and a managing director. And this community represents a great capacity to scale up and replicate. The region of Friuli has invested about 4 to 5 million euros to create proper opportunities. These resources will have to be spent by 2023 to try to reach the objectives. It will depend on on each single territory, but I believe that the renewable energy community of San Daniele, established within the San Daniele municipality, will have the opportunity to collaborate with other networks. For this reason, the committee has decided that this initiative requires a special mention. Thank you very much. So let's call Luigi Bottoni, President of the Friuli community, the mayor of San Daniele, who are here to receive this award, this recognition.
Allora approfitto per dire due parole. La prima è di ringraziamento.
I want to take this opportunity to thank for this award, but the municipality and the community of San Daniele are very grateful to the University of Turin and the engineer. We met in 2019, reasoning about the opportunities created by energy communities. At that time, we were working on other similar activities. In 2019, the 1st of October, I came here where there was a meeting on energy communities. There were people talking about energy communities, sustainable energies. So I went back to my territory, and there I tried to implement all these themes. I started to work with 15 colleagues. These 15 colleagues were able to invest proactively the funds made available. We created infrastructure for the future. We basically created energy communities. San Daniele received a fund of 5.5. San Daniele received a fund of 5.4 millions, creating the first energy community. Other two will be created at the end of 2022, this year, and the project will last throughout 2022 and 2023. This university gave us the opportunity to make an important change, giving light to sustainable projects for our territory. In our territory, there are 53,000 citizens. We are benefiting from it. This experience in our territory will be very useful for all those realities, territories, municipalities, and the like, who have the intention to replicate our experience and follow our example. Thank you very much. Thank you to Sergio Olivero and Romano Borchellini for involving us in this great project, the project of renewable energy communities. I'm the president of the Hill Community, Comunità Collinare of the region of Friuli, which is a public entity. We have received a public award after 55 years of hard work. This entity expresses the concept of hill communities. It's clear that what we have heard, community as a term used for this project, we have immediately decided to be part of it. We have fully understood this message. Maybe this message was theory in the beginning, but now it has come true. We have been able to understand what an energy community is today. Is a concept that is very rooted to our territory. In our territory, we have a strong community sense. We are talking about a community from many years now. As we have said many times today, energy community is not only an idea, an hypothesis to reduce the costs, to obtain savings from the point of view of families and citizens, is not only an important contribution to energy transition. Energy community is something fundamental for the development of a community spirit, which may gather together communities, citizens, and especially consumers. We are doing our best effort. We have a very long history with municipalities. We are actually ahead. We are sharing, maybe we are very rooted territorially, but we are aware that we need to do something more, especially from the communication point of view. And this is our next objective. 5.4 million as a fund, an important, a huge investment. It's not yet a pilot project any longer. It's something concrete that we are about to implement in only 2 years on a rather extended territory. We will be able to create 50 to 60 energy communities in a extended territory. But we are doing something more. We are monitoring thresholds and other surfaces to create new energy communities, and it will be taken into consideration. It will be taken into consideration to implement further packages of energy communities to obtain an extensive result. So I want to thank the University of Turin, you both as a partners, because you both have visited our territories different times. So thank you very much for what you have done for us, for what you will do in the future, because there are many things that we will have to be implemented in the future. And thank you very much for granting this booster development and growth to our territory. Thank you very much. we have connected with ASA, Stefano Besseghini. Mr. President, can you hear me?
Vediamo bene l'immagine, ma non sentiamo, c'è il microfono in mute. Pronto?
Can you hear us? We can't. Try again.
Si sente?
Can you hear us?
Riesce a sentirci?
Can you hear us? Maybe not.
Riesce a sentirci, Presidente?
Mr. Besseghini, can you hear us?
Pronto?
Hello?
Ciao.
Pronto?
Ma a parte la rottura di palle che ho dimenticato
Sì, se stacchiamo i microfoni di chi è connesso.
Yeah, kindly asked to mute. Can you hear me?
Voi mi sentite?
Can you hear me?
Io non vi sento più, ho sentito fino alla prima.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Fare un gesto che voi mi sentite.
I don't hear you, but if you let me know that you can hear me, okay.
Intanto vi ringrazio
First of all, I would like to thank you for the time, the opportunity to take the floor.
Posso proseguire?
Can I continue? May I? Okay.
Telegrafo
So,
della funzione e stavo dicendo,
as I said,
ringrazio di questa opportunità.
I thank you for this opportunity. Frankly speaking, I have to say that I would like to make reference to what has been just said on the awarding, because I think that the criteria are appropriate, and over the years, I think that a wonderful work has been carried out.
Anche di promozione importante che si sta sviluppando e
So I also remember that several assessment has been done before the legislative on energy communities. So all these activities, the work carried out, the attention paid to these elements is significant. Now time has come for implementation, for check, in order to verify the real potentials in terms of work maintenance, since initiatives need to be implemented. An initiative like this one is very important and valuable. Without any doubt, we will follow the implementation and we will assess the results. What has been said during the awarding ceremony is significant, and so we need a tangible implementation, participation, benefits and profits for the consumers. In addition to that, there are also aspects related to our role as authority. We we emphasized the importance of the impact on the environment, on the bills. Sorry, I have some technical problems and the sound is not that good. So I can quickly end my intervention since it's almost lunch time. So basically, I do appreciate this kind of activities. I believe that the ongoing dialogue is an outstanding initiative, providing some elements to be optimized, to be improved. Some criticalities have been found, but overall, these initiatives are important for the consumers and are able to develop activities aiming to solve any possible problems. I apologize for not being present physically, but I had some previous commitments. But I wanted to say hello to you and to thank you for your attention. I wish you a fruitful work and there will be other opportunities to talk and discuss about energy communities. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Allora, con questo intervento si concludono i
Well,
lavori della
this is the
mattina.
end of the morning session. Now we have lunch, which is served at floor number 1. We will resume our works at 2 p.m. sharp.
Grazie a tutti.
I thank you all and enjoy the lunch.
Coglioni, cazzo, continuo a perdere sangue da questo dito.
Andiamo nella zona di
Lo streaming non lo facciamo in piedi?
Li metti sì,
Mettiamo il
poi
top.
l'audio li metti dopo. Togliamo gli audio prima che qualcun altro faccia delle altre cazzate.
Quello che queste cose si dobbiamo parlare, no? Io dovrei dire, no, noi non potrei immaginare che viviamo.
Vai a mangiare qualcuno.
Il post. Devo pubblicare gli ultimi, devo dare l'appuntamento al pomeriggio, scaricare questo. E poi sì, vado a mangiare qualcosa che ho abbastanza fame. Le foto fatte la prima sessione non le ho fatte. Ne ho fatte solo alcune. E tra l'altro le ho fatte da lato, quindi facevano un po' schifo. Perché non andava niente fondamentalmente.
Voleva questa qui senza mascherina Mian.
Dove sta la mascherina? Non c'è la mascherina.
Appunto, è l'unica senza
ok.
mascherina. Dice se gliela mandi poi, anzi se la mandi, condividi
C'è
nel
su
gruppo.
Twitter, quindi...
Ah, ok, vai, la prendo da lì e gliela...
L'anno... per
dell'anno.
L'anno...
IFEC, la comunità collinare del Friuli. No, la
No,
comunità energetica dell'anno è la comunità, non metterei IFEC. La comunità energetica dell'anno è la comunità collinare del Friuli con il San Daniele, del Friuli.
Solo San
No,
Daniele,
in
no,
realtà la
vabbè,
comunità non è la
tutto.
comunità energetica, è San Daniele del Friuli. La comunità energetica dell'anno è CER1, scrivilo così, CER1, CER1 San Daniele del Friuli.
San Daniele del Friuli.
Della comunità comunale del Friuli. Il presidente di giuntura
Allora, parte della... Allora, il presidente del CCF però, Luigino Bottone.
Esatto, il presidente della comunità collinare, CCF.
Luigino Bottone deve comandare sia una legge di sviluppo della sia anche...
Di sviluppo della dimensione sociale e territoriale. Lui ha detto molto il fatto che loro erano già nel nome sociale loro della comunità collinare, cioè già il nome comunità. Io sottolineo come la CER sia in linea, io ti metterei sia in linea con la natura della comunità collinare. Più che in linea, come si può dire, qualcosa più forte, sia
come
nel DNA.
Rispecchi
il
DNA inclusivo
DNS è scritto
DNA,
che è quello,
quello
dell'informatica.
Con cui sto smadonnando
stamattina.
Il DNA inclusivo e sociale
della
comunità collinare.
Vai, spara. Così dico pure a mia Anna di prendersela da qui.
Va bene, come c'è rispetto al DNA inclusivo e sociale della comunità collinare.
Vai, vado a dire a mia Anna che se la becca qui, però tu vieni a mangiare.
Mi serve solo una cosa, mi serve il programma.
Alzati, Ilaria, vieni a mangiare.
Devo solo fare lo short tour del programma.
Che short? Che ti serve? Adesso lo devi fare?
Sì, perché devo chiudere con vestitini. Diretta, ce l'abbiamo il link, è questo qui. La fame. Allora, diretta. Ma poi noi non abbiamo i gestini noi altri.
No, ce l'abbiamo perché eravamo in 70.
Il programma è qua.
Li ho contati, siamo 70.
Il programma se lo trovano.
E qualcuno se n'è andato senza mangiare.
Ah, bravi loro. Copy. Il programma se lo vanno a riprendere qua, ma io lo metto da sotto. Appunto, riprendiamo la diretta dalle 14. Programma, diretta, fatto. Io qua lascio tutto,
vai,
dai.
Via, vieni.
Lascio tutto, sai.
Vieni a mangiare, manca un attimo il cervello.
Queste sono le cartelline che sono state lasciate da noi?
Effettivamente sono le vostre.
Mettiamo, guarderei con uno, anzi no, non dai togliere a qualcuno. Se uno apre suona?
No, per pure. Spingi forte. Allora, che si fa oggi?
No, andiamo e vado sola ormai.
Sì,
Mi dispiace, ti hanno incastrato in questo punto di tutto il giorno. Pensavo fosse in due, infatti, un po' di più, invece no.
mi sono avvisato a fare turni da 20 da 10 o...
Ah, ok, allora siamo sulla stessa barca.
Ah, beh, andiamo appunto. Il mondo degli eventi è così.
Mettiamo in carica sto cellulare, perché noi rientriamo direttamente in serata, comodamente su Roma. E quindi, sì.
Ma ho visto da stamattina, ho visto tutto qua.
No, abbiamo dormito qua perché ieri sera c'era anche una cena di gala.
Ah, ok.
Cioè cena di gala, cena di networking, se no mi sembrava un salone delle feste.
Allora, il Castello Valentino.
No, ma aspettiamo un attimo.
Ah no, c'è
Io continuo a guardare questo come se fosse un orologio, quando in realtà non è un orologio, continuo a fare così, mi sembra scemo ogni volta, però devo fare un altro.
Guarda, sta ragazza me l'hai stressata stamattina che non riusciva a capire la connessione, che è entrata in fibrillazione. Io ho detto tranquilla, tranquilla, e proprio veramente ha perso 3 anni di vita in 5 minuti.
Anche lui non ho capito come perché non andava la connessione.
Io ero sicuro che ci sarebbe stata.
Qualche intoppo.
No, che ci sarebbe stata la connessione.
A un minuto della diretta, peraltro. Data per tesa, facciamo solo l'italiano, aspetta, e vado col cellulare. E poi non so perché il mio cellulare da oggi non va più in hotspot. Forse perché devo aggiornarlo, finché non ti aggiorni non ti fa
Guarda che qua prende malissimo.
No, ma ieri andava. Penso che sia perché mi sta dicendo da settimane che devo fare l'aggiornamento.
Ah, perché...
Ma ovviamente non posso farlo se non ho il wifi.
Certo.
Quindi
Sì,
a un certo punto devo dire, non è possibile oggi.
Senti, la non finiamo alle 5 qui dove il videomessaggio. Il videomessaggio della gara ce l'ha lui? No, ecco, diamo un videomessaggio subito. Io ho chiuso tutto e condiviso. E mo chiudo, però dai il videomessaggio.
Ah, carina, lei c'è twittato io non ho scritto niente su Ariera, cioè non vabbè.
Tanto non ho scritto niente.
Perché vorrei fare una prova prima che riprende. Perché non vorrei, cioè dobbiamo fare una prova prima che riprende.
Io però vedo il messaggio dove brava, se aveva mandato Giulia con... Ma sì, oggi ne ho visto. Sì, infatti pure io andrò. Ultimo idea. Vediamo. Di pranzo, vediamo. Lo trovo.
Questo.
No.
Sì, è questo.
10 novembre, sì.
Ti mandiamo il WeTransfer che possiamo entrare o scaricare?
No, la prossima che ha detto. Grosso?
No, a me andava leggermente asincrono a un certo punto audio video quando ho provato a vederlo, però Perché noi adesso abbiamo De Maio, Verdello e Daremoto.
Sì.
Poi nessuna presentazione, adesso solo...
De Maio invece fa?
Sì, sì. Lei. Gabriella, tu non hai presentazioni, vero?
No, non va niente.
No?
Cioè, vede io?
Lui da remoto.
Sì, da remoto se lo fa lui, scarica sto coso e lo
No,
allora, fammi vedere. Allora sì, Paolo dovrà gestire la sua cosa, quindi sarete tu, Paolo, il Verdeglio da remoto, come Montesano e gli altri sul palco. Poi quando avete finito voi,
Ah, ok, allora
partono
solo
loro.
esatto. E lo presentare.
È stato provato comunque a vedere che non è
aveva...
Quindi io parlo e scendiamo. Cioè scendo io che De Maio sta a casa sua e Paolo rimane là.
Sì, devo scaricarlo direttamente sulla
E l'hai fatta la foto a Paolo della targa?
No, ho fatto la foto assieme.
Sì, dico, no, a Paolo dopo che ha finito che non si era messo.
Sì. Ho fatto anche con la reflex. Purtroppo con la reflex io ho fatto soltanto dal secondo panino, no, neanche, ho fatto solo
fatto la Magnum. Sì, è vero, è vero. Ah, non solo in questa foto. Ah, no, no, no.
Perché la mia sessione?
Si vedete questa cosa del video?
se riesco a caricarlo. Tutto lì.
Ma questo è un video da mandare alla fine?
L'ultima, sì, le conclusioni. Infatti l'hanno fatto.
Vi posso chiedere in room se c'è qualcuno nella sessione oppure no? Tipo ci dovrebbe essere Verdeglio? Sì. Verdeglio c'è? Sì. Poi c'è qualcuno tra nessun altro, solo Verdeglio.
Paolo?
1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 e io sono
Meno di un minuto, dai, ce la sto facendo. Rimettiamo il programma, allora quando rimettiamo il programma, questo qua. Poi lo metti.
Sì. Adesso lasciamo il
Sì, per ora lasciamo. Eccoli, 12,58. Allora, andiamo
quella o magari tutta la fila. Che dobbiamo fare? Dobbiamo provarlo?
però se lo provi parte. Guarda,
Parte qua, non va in zoom.
Era stato provato,
Quindi...
sì, c'era questa sincronia ma dipendeva dal video originale, non credo fossero stati esplorando le slide, non so neanche più stato. Allora, 30.
Una legislazione molto avanzata.
lavoro di università.
Questo qua dobbiamo mandarlo anche in Zoom? Cioè in Zoom, anche in streaming?
Questo sì, deve andare come fosse una presentazione a tutti, anche con streaming.
Vabbè, lo condividiamo da Zoom.
Per i nostri eroi informatici.
Grazie. Va bene.
Che passo legale,
Eccoci anche col glass. L'ho messo.
Grazie.
Sì, sì,
Allora, riprendiamo i lavori. Abbiamo riservato
Welcome back.
Diciamo con provider tecnologici nella
This second session will focus on different topics than this morning. After this break, we'll have interesting speeches. We also have a speaker from Portugal. I want to thank Michael Pinto for favoring the contact with Portuguese authorities. We, as WEC, always want to maintain an international perspective. So the first session of this afternoon will be an international session. We will work in the future from an international perspective, and this is why we have invited Pedro Verdelo from the Entidade Reguladora dos Servicios Energéticos de Portugal. From Portugal is going to talk about energy communities, and we will see what happens in Portugal. I don't know whether Pedro can hear us.
Thank you, Pedro, for staying with us this afternoon. So please, the floor is yours. 10 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. So I don't know Italian. I understand some words. It's a beautiful language. My apologies for speaking in English. Well, I want to thank the Italian Forum of Energy Communities for the opportunity that you are giving to me to share what we are doing in Portugal, namely in terms of the regulatory framework. I think I'm sharing the presentation. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So what I want to start with is the enablers of the decarbonization that we are constructing. We are not starting now. We have started some years ago with this first dimension, the blue one that I mentioned in this slide, the integration of markets. The integration of markets is a fundamental dimension to ensure renewable penetration, increase of renewable penetration, namely the ones with the intermittency characteristics, to enable them to inject into the system with lower cost to everybody, to all the consumers. Integrating our market, we manage and increasing the interconnections, namely in the electricity system, we manage to enable large amounts of renewables to feed in the infrastructure, handling everything in an appropriated way. So enlarging the dimension of the market, it's a good solution and good option to decarbonize the electricity system. We have done that with the first, second, and third package. So we started that dimension 20 years ago, and we are completing it. We are completing the implementation of the third package, namely in terms of some of the network codes that are being and the methodologies that are being finalized. Then, and with that new dimension, we achieved it already. For instance, in Portugal, we have nowadays 65% of renewable generation on the electricity side. And in terms of primary energy, renewables now account for 40% of our energy metrics in terms of primary energy, which is indeed a huge value. But to go beyond that, to go beyond the 65% in the electricity system, we have to implement the innovations foreseen in Clean Energy Package. It's the green box, where we have to foster local and centralized energy economy. And here we are talking about implementation of renewable generation in a centralized way. We are talking about small-scale projects, millions of projects with social benefit, a low social benefit, a small social benefit. And so we have to, in order to enable that dimension, we have to adapt our regulatory and legal framework to simplify commercial relations and to reduce the transaction costs. If we don't do it, if we don't assume this dynamic regulatory approach, defining rules appropriated to this small-scale technology, we will create regulatory barriers in order to the development of this second dimension. Here we are talking about self-consumption, sharing of energy, energy communities, a simplified commercial layer with peer-to-peer transactions, enabling the local economy of energy to be developed between neighbors, between community members. And what does it mean also? It means a fundamental dimension to unlock the local production available and the local storage that is in our industry, in our buildings and in our homes, and to unlock the flexibility that these distributed demand resources can give to the system at a very small cost. And fostering this green dimension, we will enable to go beyond the actual 65% penetration of renewables in the electricity system and ensure large amounts of feed-in of renewables in the system at the least cost. This second dimension, of course, is not sufficient. We have to be realistic. It's not sufficient to achieve the net zero, and thus the Green Deal defines and sets the pathway to a third new dimension, which is the one in the top, which is related to sector integration and energy circular economy, where here we are talking about sector coupling, energy efficiency in terms of cross-vector integration, and valuing the waste of several energy carriers and the transformation process. And of course, we are talking about hydrogen to ensure the decarbonization of the energy intensity sector. So these three dimensions are the enablers. The one is what we are doing currently in the blue. The green is what we are implementing now, and we have to work a lot. And I think this workshop is clearly on that direction. It's a fundamental enabler of decarbonization. And then the top one, which is foreseen to the future. Going to the next slide, this is what we are doing in Portugal. So we have adapted our legal framework and also our regulatory framework. And here, we, of course, have to straightforward licensing procedures. This has been put in place to facilitate licensing of these small-scale projects. Suppliers, also, it is important to say that suppliers are immunized, almost immunized from self-consumption activity in order to reduce entry barriers of these new technologies. They still be responsible for balancing of the consumption of the customers, so they are the balancing responsible party, the suppliers. It is important to say, and this is a key issue to development of this new framework, is that DSO, the distribution system operators, handle all the complexity of energy data, having to separate 15 minutes metered consumption in several layers, namely the self-consumption layer, the shared energy layer, the net consumption layer that has to be provided by the centralized supplier, and also the energy surplus layer, which is the net generation that has to be sold under the centralized commercial layers through aggregators. Collective self-consumers choose a self-consumption manager. Also, this is an important issue. So we established a new entity, which is a self-consumption manager that represents all the self-consumers with the DSO in terms of registration, energy sharing, participants in and out movements. So during this process, there are prosumers that enter to the community and others that leave the community. We have to ensure that a manager, a local manager, should handle all these tasks. Then, in the next slide, I share with you some projects, pilot projects. So we are assuming a dynamic regulatory framework in order to learn by doing. And here we have 5 pilot projects. The names are in the green part of this slide, and some are projects on residential building. Also, we have, so those type of projects then have a huge potential to be replicated. And we have also projects on industrial site, neighborhood energy communities, namely on public small social housing districts. Here we are using RES and renewable energy communities together with the issues of vulnerability, energy consumers, vulnerable energy consumers. So it's the project in the middle. Then we have also another project in the north of Portugal, which is an industrial neighborhood with a REC for an industrial area with 3 prosumers. And then we have another project in Évora, south of Portugal, where we have a city-wide neighborhood. And here we are talking about the city center residential area with 11 buildings and with a lot of possibilities to share the produced energy with consumers. Under the self-consumption regime, energy sharing regime, and also sharing the excess of the production.
Mr. Verdejo, 2 minutes, please.
Yes, of course we have several challenges in the process. Here in this slide, I share with you some of these challenges. I will highlight those ones that are in this slide. So the creation of energy communities is showing to be difficult, requiring technical and legal skills and goodwill from potential participants. The adequate business cases are still to be established. Energy communities seek a difficult balance between self-organization by bypassing suppliers and sophistication. New and innovative solutions like storage, complex energy sharing rules, and pricing options will be key. Much of the complexity is externalized to the DSO, greatly impacting its data handling processes. Regulatory authorities have a role here. In Portugal, we are trying to externalize all the complexity to the natural monopoly in order to enable the development of this centralized new regulatory framework. And of course, we have to acknowledge that many barriers are related to procedures and lack of awareness or technical and legal skills rather than economic business case. There is really a positive economic business case, but due to the small dimension of the project and to the barriers related to procedures and lack of awareness and the technicality of the issues, it's difficult to develop them. New actors are also emerging in the implementation of the REC projects, but I think that market readiness is still a long way to go. And well, we have a lot of possibilities, for instance, to address energy sharing ideas, and we have to acknowledge that it will be impossible to address all the approaches. And then the way forward, this is my last slide, empower consumers for the transition, enhancing engagement and awareness is essential for these solutions to develop. And the adoption of a gradual and flexible regulatory framework with simplified rules and low transaction costs is fundamental. Without the creation of this simplified layer with low transaction costs, it will be impossible to develop this second dimension, that the decentralized dimension, where the digitalization will be indeed a key enabler to develop all those solutions. Of course, standardized and defined administrative criteria for quick approval is fundamental also. We cannot treat these small-scale projects in terms of licensing as we are doing in the past to the current generation projects. Smart meter is, of course, key, and empower stakeholders with the tools, and it also fundamental to improve, to enhance the alignment of willingness to participate in these community projects. And that's all from my side. Thank you again for the opportunity to
Thank you, Mr. Verdejo, for this insight on the evolution of Portuguese market and also what is happening about energy communities, the work that you are doing. Now I switch in Italian. Abbiamo adesso Gabriella De Maio, la professoressa.
Now we give the floor to Mrs. De Maio, who is going to talk about what is happening in Italy in terms of laws and regulations. Afterwards, we will tackle with the issues we discussed about this morning with the companies. So, meanwhile, I invite the discussants, Mrs. Carani, Mr. Cantarella, Mr. Canteri, for the roundtable of this afternoon, considering the COVID-related restrictions. So, thank you, Paolo. First of all, I would like to specify that the target is to specifically study the transfer from experimental law to the acknowledgement of the directive, which is ongoing. As we know, the draft of the legislative decree has been approved, but we are still waiting from the publication on the official journal. Talking after lunch is not that easy, so I will go through some highlights. First of all, the current situation. This morning, we widely explained the shift from a secondary cabin to a primary cabin. But what I want to emphasize is that all that will imply several legal cases to be analyzed. And this is very important in terms of interpretation. We will have several different cases related to the the REC. Secondly, Italian law. We know that there are two key directives. One is the demand by operators to simplify in order to install sources requiring investments by private entities. Secondly, incentives, financial incentives, as EU lawmakers asked for. Then the second paragraph of this directive is also important concerning the supporting regime. This paragraph includes several types of plants producing energy equal or lower than 1 megawatt. Third highlight is essential coordination rules between PNRR and sectorial regulations. This is important because it is possible to define storing possibility of sectoral incentives and the PNRR incentives for renewables. We have a new method too, because it is possible to analyze these two cases, and that helps the synergic use of the two tools. An additional highlights is a question. Is there a prohibition of profit? We know, according to the plan and to Italian laws, the main target is to help, encourage, and to create benefits, economic benefits, social benefits for shareholders or users. And there was a change of words between shareholder and user. And in particular, we have to specify whether this is the key target or not. So, is it a secondary target? I want to be provocative. At the
domandata
experimental
soltanto Emanuele Cusa
stage,
in merito a come
Manuele
già lo
Cusa
scopo mutualistico
specified that
delle CEV è incompatibile
the
con quello che noi consideriamo il libero
mutual
soggettivo, cioè la relazione
targets
di uso tra i
of
membri o i soci, ma
the
ritiene ammissibile in parte della dottrina la
REC
possibilità di creare una finalità lucrativa
implies the
accessoria
possibility
intesa come
to
remunerazione
have
di
a
fattori
profit
produttivi e che in questo
meant
caso potrebbe
as
essere ad
the
esempio il denaro
profit
investito nella CEV da
for
parte
the
dei membri.
community. So the
Ancora
money
un
the
altro analisi
members
molto interessante
invest
è quello
for
dei
the
soggetti di diritto assegnante.
REC.
Troviamo all'interno del decreto
So within
la
the
possibilità
decree,
appunto
there is the
che facciano parte
opportunity
delle CEV persone
to
fisiche,
include within the
amministrazioni,
community
tribunali,
legal
altre pubbliche
people,
amministrazioni di
public
senso proprio ampio,
administration,
soggetti pubblici,
and
piccole e
local
medie imprese,
administration, small and
enti del
medium
terzo settore.
enterprises,
La mia non è
third
un'orientazione
sector
chiaramente esaustiva.
representatives,
Allora mi pongo una
natural
domanda,
person,
la pongo ai
natural
giudizi
people,
presenti.
city
Se sul
management.
soggetto di
So
diritto
my question
assessante, che
is,
cosa vuol dire? Cioè noi stiamo
what does it
introducendo
mean?
all'interno del nostro ordinamento
We
qualcosa che
are
dovrà essere coordinato con le
including
innumerevoli
to
norme che ci
our
sono di
laws
diritto societario,
something
diritto
that has
relativo
to
alle
be
società partecipate, alle
included
società
among
pubbliche,
all the different
normativa
regulations
specifica per gli enti del terzo
concerning
settore. Anche
public
questo è un aspetto che è da
administration,
tenere
third
contate se
sector.
vogliamo mettere in campo
So
veramente
it's
quello che stiamo
important
facendo.
to interpret
Un altro degli
all that
highlights
if
è
we
il ruolo
want to
delle imprese.
implement
Qui
it.
provengono domande durante la
Another
nostra attività
highlight
diaria, quasi direi
concerns the
quotidianamente,
role
anche qui
played by
durante
the
pranzo
companies,
ci è
by
stata
the
posta questa domanda.
enterprises.
Le imprese possono partecipare alla CEV,
Ca-
ma la loro partecipazione non
Enterprises
deve
are
costituire
entitled to
l'attività
participate to
commerciale o
the
commerciale principale,
REC,
quindi un
but
no assoluto
this
qui
has not
ripone una
to be
domanda. Io
their
credo invece che
key
bisogna
economic
andare a
activity.
vedere statuto
So
alla
I
mano
believe that
se
we have to take
effettivamente
into account the
l'attività che svolge
articles of
un'impresa possa essere
association in order
compatibile o
to
meno con
check
i nuovi modelli
whether the
che sono
enterprise
stati
activity
delineati
is
come configurazione
compatible
del
with the
sistema
new
elettrico. Settimo
models.
highlights e ampliamento dei
Seventh,
campi di
I
azione delle
highlight
CEV. Devo dire che in questo si
the
dimostra molto più
development
vasto
of the
legislativo del
action
nostro ordinamento. Quindi
field
le CEV
of these
possono produrre
communities.
anche altre forme di
RECs
energia
may
provenienti
produce
appunto da
other
fonti
forms of
rinnovabili, possono
energy
promuovere
from
interventi integrati
renewables,
di domotica
as
e
well
di
as
efficienza energetica,
domotics and
offrire
energy
servizi di ricarica
efficiency. They
ai
can
veicoli
offer
elettrici e
services
anche
to
assumere il ruolo
recharge
di società di
electrical
complementario
vehicles,
dell'energia elettrica
and
che
they can
offrendo
also
servizi
be retailers
ancillari con
of
punti di flessibilità.
energy
Ma
through
tutto questo
flexible and
pensate che
secondary
prospettive
services.
evolutive potrebbe avere
What
con
about the
applicazioni
future
dell'istituto,
perspectives
ad
of all
esempio alle aree
that
portuali o addirittura,
for
avete ad esempio
areas
formulato
such as
un convegno, abbiamo
ports,
portato la nostra testimonianza,
harbors?
ci sono dei progetti a livello internazionale su questo,
Internationally,
anche
we
alle
have some
organizzazioni di
projects
rifornimento
about
dei
that.
carburanti, non
What
intese
about
come sono oggi, che
fuel
hanno, diciamo,
stations?
sono totalmente da rivedere in un'ottica di medio-lungo
Not
periodo, anche
in
in
the
termini di
current
sostenibilità,
version,
ma
since
invece
they have
intese
to
come
be reviewed,
servizi, o meglio
but
come hub di servizi al
meant
cittadino,
as
quindi
a hub
un'ottica
of
direi
services
comunitaria.
for
Un
citizens.
ulteriore highlight è il ruolo della
Last but not
regolazione.
least,
In effetti qui
regulation.
dobbiamo dire che il legislatore ha
We
dato
have
dei
to say
compiti
that
importanti a quelli che sono i
lawmakers
maggiori
specified
players
specific and
del mercato, ma
important
anche
tasks
della
for the
ricerca
key
in termini di
players of the
energia.
market
Basti
and of
pensare che ARERA avrà
research.
un ruolo fondamentale
ARERA
appunto nel
will play a
definire
key role
quelle che
not
sono le
only in
componenti della
defining
tariffa, ma anche
the
nell'andare
parts of
a
tariff, but
stabilire quali sono
also
le
in
modalità per
defining
chiedere appunto a via
the
opzionale lo scorporo
procedures
della quota
to
di energia
ask
condivisa
for
equivalente.
the
GSM ci aiuterà soltanto
deduction
nel
in
regime di
the bills.
incentivazione, ma dovrà anche andare
So
a monitorare l'evoluzione del sistema, così
the
come
there will
RSE
be the need
dovrà
to
andare a
monitor the
continuare a
evolution of
svolgere
all
quello che ha già
these
fatto durante la fase
services
sperimentale
and
relativa alla
all
verifica
the
degli aspetti tecnici ed
roles
economici
played
proprio
to
legati
assess
all'implementazione, anche
technical
per
and
i
economical
collegamenti rispetto a
aspects
quelli che poi
related
sono
to the
il sistema
implementation.
elettrico. E mi avvio alla conclusione facendo
In
un'osservazione.
conclusion, I would
In
like to
Italia
share with
spesso e
you a
volentieri abbiamo
final
avuto
remark.
elementi in
In
cui spese
Italy,
tecnologiche non erano
often
assorbite in un'adeguata
technological
normativa o viceversa, o abbiamo
evolutions
avuto
and
due
developments
fattori
were
di cui
not
sto parlando
supported
ma non
by
risolti.
laws and
Ora
vice
ci troviamo in
versa.
una situazione, una
Now
congiuntura
we
particolarissima perché
are
abbiamo un
in a very
complesso
unique
legislativo,
situation.
regolatorio e
From
tecnologico
the
di
technological,
supporto che fa
legal,
con
and
il
legislative
legislatore anche una
perspective,
spinta
we have a
europea e
support.
abbiamo
We
la
have a
disponibilità
support
di
at
fondi
European
dedicati
level,
alle
and
CEV
we also have money for REC and for the PNRR. I think that that is very good for this reform to be a driving force to relaunch areas so that they can be the key players within the communities. So the very last highlights, and in glove, I took that from Herrera study in defining strategies to fight against climate change, to achieve the Sustainable Development Targets, and the best approach is to support the community. Public players and private players have to work hand in glove to relaunch our economies. This expression is related to an idea of cooperation and responsibility. And this is the conclusion of my talk. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Adesso la
very
sessione,
interesting
questa sessione che segue è molto
introduction.
articolata, l'abbiamo
The
divisa in
following
due
session
blocchi,
is very
Ricordo tutti di stare
rich.
nei 7 minuti così
I
io devo
ask you
stare nei
to
tempi.
respect timing.
Inizio, ho voluto
And
raggruppare qui sul panel
here on
soggetti
the panel,
di
we
istituzioni
have
locali nonché un'associazione ASOESCO
representatives
e
of
anche
local
ACSL come
associations,
presenza territoriale qui.
ASOESCO,
Quindi inizierei questa è
ACSM. So
dalla coordinatrice
I give the
dell'oggettivo
floor
PMI,
to
Sandrina
the
Carani,
coordinators for
per dirci un po'
European projects of
vostro territorio, in che
AESS,
modo voi
Mrs.
state
Karani.
con quale approccio
What
rispetto anche alle
about
cose
your
che abbiamo
area?
sentito
What
questa
is your
mattina.
approach,
Allora, io
considering
sono
what
Claudia
we said this
Carani e sono
morning?
di AIS, Agenzia per
Good
l'Energia e lo Sviluppo
afternoon.
Sostenibile.
I
Siamo
represent
un'associazione di enti
the
pubblici, circa 130,
AESS,
e rappresentiamo
130 public
450
entities
amministrazioni che
representing
sono nostri soci, e noi fungiamo da
450,000
ufficio
public
tecnico, quindi quando
administrations,
hanno
and we
bisogno di
play the role
assistenza
of a
tecnica si
technical
rivolgono a noi per
office.
avere
Whenever
appunto
they need
supporto nel
technical
portare avanti
assistance,
progetti di
they
mitigazione del
contact
cambiamento
us
climatico. Sono
for their
coordinatrice del progetto
projects.
GECO, un
I
progetto di
am the
comunità energetica che
coordinator
stiamo
of
sviluppando a
a
Bologna,
GECO
nel quartiere
project
Pilastro
to
Rovere,
be
con Enea
implemented
e
in
l'Università di
Bologna
Bologna, e qua
with the
stiamo
university
sperimentando
and
tutta
Enea.
l'innovazione che si porta
We
dietro una
are
comunità energetica, quindi
experimenting
modelli di
the
business,
innovation
le
related
entità
to
giuridiche,
the
smart
energy
metering,
community
piattaforme per la
in terms
flessibilità.
of
Cerchiamo di capire quali sono
platform,
un po' le barriere e le
flexibility,
opportunità.
trying to understand
Io
what
sono
are the
socia perché
opportunities
naturalmente,
and
essendo
the
un'associazione di enti pubblici,
obstacles.
tutto quello che sviluppiamo in GECO lo vogliamo
Our
esportare nel
association
settore
is a
pubblico, che è
public
sicuramente, secondo
bodies
noi, il
association,
innesco delle comunità
and
energetiche,
we
il
want
punto
to
di partenza,
share
no?
what we
Abbiamo
do
circa una
with the
cinquantina di amministrazioni comunali che ci
energy
hanno già chiesto
communities. We
assistenza
count
tecnica, e
approximately
abbiamo
50
definiti
public
modelli attraverso i
administrations
quali il
which
comune,
asked
l'amministrazione
for
comunale può
technical
partecipare a una
assistance.
comunità energetica.
And
L'amministrazione può partecipare o
the
facilitando
public
l'attivazione
administration
di
can
comunità sul
help
territorio, quindi
the
facilitando
establishment
percorsi di
of community
partecipazione,
through
formazione, informazione,
participation, for
ma può anche essere
information,
un produttore
training,
di energia non
but
facente parte della
the
comunità, del
public
sistema,
administration can
e quindi
also
mettere
be
a
a
disposizione gli
producer
impianti
of
che producono energia,
power,
in questo caso una
providing
manifestazione
plants
di interesse che viene
through
in qualche modo pubblicata,
an
oppure può
expression
essere un
of
membro della comunità
interest,
energetica o
or
come prosumer,
the
quindi un
public
impianto installato
administration
sul
can be a member
patrimonio,
of
o come
the
consumer
community
accedendo a altri impianti che
through
sono disponibili
consumption as a
sul
consumer
territorio.
or
Quindi
as
queste sono
a
le quattro
producer.
forme,
So these are the
e noi
forms
quello
through
che
which
facciamo è
the public
innanzitutto diamo una
administration
visione
can be
all'amministrazione
part of
comunale,
the
cioè capire
community.
qual è la visione
First
della
of all,
comunità
we try
energetica.
to
La
understand
visione
the
può essere
vision of the
definita
energy
a partire da
community.
un
This
obiettivo di
vision can
andare
be
a
defined starting
sviluppare il
from a
territorio. Ad esempio
target,
stiamo lavorando
for
con il comune di
example,
Cervia
developing
e
the
la
area.
cooperativa
We are
Vanini,
working
no? Per
with
installare
the
impianti sulle
municipality
scuole
of
dall'energia dei
Cervia
bagni
and the
durante il periodo
community
estivo.
of
E può essere fatto con
seaside
finalità di
resorts.
ridurre la povertà energetica
We
in
can
contesti
also
di
try
edilizia
to fight
sociale, no? Quindi
against energy
installa gli impianti
poverty
sulla scuola, questo lo stiamo facendo
by
sul via Mantova,
installing plants
per
in
dare energia a un
schools. This
contesto
is
di
what
edilizia
we are
sociale che
doing
è
in
situato
Mantua
in
to give
prossimità.
power to
O può
the
essere fatto per
nearby social
rendere più
residential
attrattive
lots.
alcune aree urbane che in questo
We can
momento sono
also
state
work in order to make
in
some
qualche modo hanno
urban
ridotto la propria
areas be
appetibilità,
more
perché comunque non,
attractive,
e
more
quindi
appealing.
rendere più abitabili alcune aree.
So
In
we
questi punti
can
storici ci ha
make
chiesto
some
proprio
areas
questa assistenza
be more
tecnica.
livable. And this is what we are
Quello che
doing with
facciamo dopodiché
Pistoia.
è costruire un piano
Afterwards, we
economico-finanziario.
set
È
up
importante in
an
questa
economic
fase
and
capire
financial
che
plan.
tipo di piano
It is
economico-finanziario vogliamo
important to
realizzare, se abbiamo degli
understand the
incentivi,
type of
PNRR,
plan.
incentivi
if we have some
possiamo integrarlo
incentives,
col conto termico, se abbiamo altri interventi
we
sullo scuola, in
can
qualche modo viene assorbito il fotovoltaico nelle
integrate
riqualificazioni
it with
energetiche, ad
some
esempio, no? Non
other
pago niente per
plants,
tutti gli altri interventi, il fotovoltaico è l'unico
with
costo
the
vivo che ho, lo
photovoltaic,
assimilo.
for
Oppure
example,
posso iniziare a associare anche l'eco
or
bonus 110%. E quindi con tante forme di
using the
incentivo, però se ho bisogno di una
incentives.
finanza privata, di una ESCO che
But
investa,
if
l'ESCO vuole
I
entrare in
need
6 anni. Se ho un piano
uh,
economico-finanziario dove non ho nessun tipo
financial support
di fondo
privately,
perduto iniziale, io un
I
piano
have a
economico attualmente sul
deadline,
pubblico che mi rientra in 10 anni con l'accumulo, smart metering, insomma,
and
non
deadlines
è
are
proprio
different
appetibile per il privato. Dobbiamo cercare appunto di valorizzare
between
tutto quello che
private and
viene
public
dallo Stato, dalle
sectors, because
regioni,
in the public
per fare in
sector,
modo che questi
deadlines are
piani siano
after 10 years,
sostenibili.
while for the private
E poi bisogna
ones,
dare
the
delle
deadline is
garanzie. Io
6
ho un
years.
canone
So
con
we
il quale
must
ripago
be appealing, and
l'investitore
we also
che mi
have to provide
consente appunto di dare
warranties,
delle garanzie alla
guarantees.
ESCO. Questo canone però mi viene dall'autoconsumo
For
collettivo,
example,
quindi
through
se io ho
fees
solo del
resulting from
residenziale
the
nella mia comunità energetica, io ho
self-consumption.
bisogno dei gruppi frigo, ho bisogno di
That's
coinvolgere
why
il
I
centro
need
commerciale, ho
to
bisogno di
involve
avere una
trade
domanda costante di
centers.
energia che mi permette di dire
I need a
all'investitore sì, c'è la
constant
scuola, c'è un
demand
gruppo
for
frigo
energy
e poi ho
through
100
schools,
famiglie, allora il mio
trading
piano
centers,
economico-finanziario ha delle
and
garanzie per il gruppo di
families.
impresa. E poi devo inserirlo dentro
In
delle gare
addition to
d'appalto,
that,
questo piano
I have
economico-finanziario. E qua,
to
insomma, cerchiamo di
submit
fare
this
leva. La
plan
leva è
for
importantissima,
tenders.
quindi ad esempio a
For
Mantova, quando si è
example,
fatto il
in
bando AXE, ci
Mantua,
siamo fatti
we
finanziare una decina di
obtained
impianti con il sistema di
the
accumulo
financing
viene
for 10
raddoppiato, no?
plants
Questa è una leva
with the
importante perché in
storing
qualche modo
system, the
riesco
storing mechanism.
ad
And that is
aumentare
an
l'investimento
important
grazie al fondo
lever
perduto.
that allows me to
E un altro tema
increase
importantissimo è l'innovazione tecnologica e sociale, li metto
investments.
insieme perché vanno
Then
assolutamente
we also
integrati.
have the
L'innovazione
economic and social
tecnologica e sociale
aspects
passa per la connettività, parliamo di
through
comunità energetiche in
innovation,
aree
through
rurali, per lo sviluppo
connectivity,
del territorio
also
rurale.
for rural
Non c'è la
areas, to
connettività nel
develop
territorio
rural
rurale.
areas,
Io penso all'Appennino
where
modenese,
sometimes
potenzialmente
there
ci
is
sono
no
due cabine
connectivity.
primarie,
For
quindi potrei fare due
example, in
comunità
the
energetiche, ma
mountains,
in gran parte delle
in
aree non ho la
Emilia-Romagna,
connessione,
there
per
are
cui insomma
no
bisogna risolvere
cabins,
come
there
fare a
is
integrare
no
la Smart
connection.
City
So
in
we
aree
have to find
rurali
a
che
way
potrebbero
to
trovare
integrate
vantaggio, ma in questo
smart
momento
cities in
non hanno
rural
la
areas,
possibilità perché manca
which
appunto la
right now have
connettività.
no
E la
opportunities
digitalizzazione, chi può
because
entrare
of
nella comunità
lack of
energetica è
connectivity.
un
What
consumatore
about
digitale, per cui
digitalization?
abbiamo una gran
The
parte dei cittadini
community
che in
is a
questo momento non
digital
sono
user,
adeguati, ecco, a
but
entrare parte di una comunità energetica.
now
Quindi
many
metto
citizens
tutto
are
il
not
pacchetto
suitable
innovazione
to be
insieme
part of the
e poi parlo
community.
degli aspetti regolatori che sono importantissimi
Then we
come
also
risostenere gli
have
incentivi all'interno della comunità,
legislative
che tipo di
elements,
entità giuridica vogliamo creare. Per
the
noi
type of legal
l'associazione del terzo
entity we
settore è
want to
fondamentale per avere
establish.
l'ente pubblico che è
The
partner
third sector
della
is a
comunità
key partner
energetica.
for us.
Possiamo pensare anche delle
We can
comunità
also think
come
about the
cooperative.
communities
Stiamo guardando molto
as
attentamente le cooperative di
cooperatives.
comunità che sono strutture già
We are
esistenti in aree
looking
rurali, che sono
at
già attive per la
community
promozione del territorio e
cooperatives,
secondo noi possono
which are
essere
already active,
interessanti
and in
per
my
accogliere
view,
anche le
they
comunità
could be
energetiche.
interesting in
E
order
poi
to
stiamo dando supporto
include
all'Emilia Romagna,
energy
alla regione,
communities.
per la produzione
We are
dell'energia
also
regionale. Anche questo è importante
supporting
perché
the
le leggi
region,
scendono poi tutti
Emilia-Romagna,
quanti
to
nella
approve
nuova
the
programmazione
regional law
prossima. Io qua
for
mi
the
fermo perché
new
sono andata oltre, però
planning,
insomma
and
questo è
that's
un po'
it.
quello che stiamo facendo,
But
la
this
nostra
is what
visione
we
è
are
questa.
doing, and this
Aspettiamo il
is our
pubblico.
vision.
No, grazie per
Thank you.
mantenere
Thank you very
fino
much
all'ottava
for all the
inserimento in
information
30-40
you
secondi.
Vorrei solo dire
gave
che
us in
abbiamo
such a
un
short
evento, si chiama
time.
Settimana della Bioarchitettura e della Sostenibilità, parte da
We
domani,
also
ogni
organize
giornata,
an
2 sessioni
event
mattina pomeriggio e il 18
starting from
pomeriggio,
tomorrow,
18 mattina, scusate non mi ricordo
2
più,
sessions
e il
every
tema sarà appunto
day.
le comunità energetiche, se volete
And
collegarvi anche
on the
iscrivetevi.
18th, the topic will be the energy communities. If you want to join us, you can do so through streaming as well.
Tra due interventi
Come questi,
After two
d'accordo, ma la parola
excellent
è rimbalzata
women
un po'
speakers,
l'intervento precedente, quindi passo
now
subito
we
la parola
have
verso Ezio.
two
Grazie.
men. So let's see whether you are at the same level. Anyway, this is a joke. So thank you very much. I would like to make a reference to some presentations of the morning because I would like to set a link among some points which are very important for the future. It is clear cut that that there are some problems to be managed related to the authorization and implementation of plans. We need skills in order to aggregate different users, and as we heard, we also have to size opportunities, additional activities that the energy communities could carry out,
servizi di flessibilità, parlo
such
degli...
as flexibility services, the integration of additional services and technologies. Renewables is
ma non sarà né
a reason to establish a community, but it is not the final point, the final target. And we will have to be ready to manage all that in terms of dimension, consumption, and also action plan. As we heard this morning, probably we are now in a framework, a historical framework, and the problem is not finding the money to do things. The problem is to use this money properly and quickly. This is the target
anche in relazione a
at European and national level, considering also what has been allocated for the National Plan of Recovery and Resilience. I represent an association of more than 80 enterprises which deal with energy efficiency, energy management, energy distribution. So they are a mix of skills which, in our view, can and must play a key role in helping Italy to implement these projects. However, if you know the regulation, from the very beginning and also recently, the role played by the third party is not excluded, but it is not provided by the law. So there are several enterprises, there are several sectorial operators who try to find the way for a company to play a role. There are solutions, but we would like to invite all the involved stakeholders in order to find the right ways, the right tools in the future to help the role we, the operators, could play along the way. Another aspect mentioned by Mrs. De Maio, such as PTP, which is an operational tool. According to our experiences, managerial times are important. It is necessary to provide intermediary timing. So probably we should have an easier structure to help the closeness between public and private to implement these projects. Just two final remarks. Whenever we talk about prize awarding for San Daniele Municipality Initiative, a domestic debate follows in order to identify the criteria for next initiatives. And among these parameters, we also have the skill to appeal operators, because if you think about the future of energy committees, we should find a way to work very hard and to find new dimensions, new references. Last but not least, we think that in Italy we do not talk a lot about citizens' energy communities. And there are also not renewable energy communities, and there are also other aspects that we should manage, such as a high performance yield. That is the case for public heating systems in some town, in some district. So finding a way to award prices for energy sharing, although it is not renewable, well, that should be the case to develop it. A co-generator which is fueled with methane in the future that will be fueled with hydrogen. So we could change the carrier producing the energy. And that's it. Very good. Thank you very much. And you also mentioned the role played by technical partners in assessing this year performance. Very useful suggestions. Now we have an important territorial operator to start to see the way.
Cosa intende fare un operatore come
An
CSM?
operator is changing and wants to change. What about challenges and opportunities? Good afternoon, and thank you for your kind invitation. First of all, ACSM is a utility based in Trentino Alto Adige region. It was established 120 years ago. 10 municipalities are the members. This association was established with small hydro plants. Today we have 18 plants, and we shift from 50 kilowatt to 40 megawatt, a very wide range. The core business is hydroelectric energy, hydroelectric power, but during the latest 2 decades, we added the thermal energy, thermal power, and the city heating with wood biomass. So we started with a small facility, and nowadays we count 5 companies for electrical power and thermal power. The main reference community is the Priorero Valley, San Martino di Castrozza, which is a very well-known touristic city, 12,000 inhabitants. From the legal point of view, now we are entitled to make reference to the primary cabin, since many analyses were carried out and many studies have been carried out too with RSA, we work with, and with the Energy Center. Now we have all the elements for the whole community of 12,000 inhabitants can be a reference point for one single cabin. And this is possible not only technically, but we think that if we want to ensure and to foster the scalability of an energy community, we have to think about a bigger and bigger community. One of the key topics we started this cooperation with RSA for, regardless all the advantages we have, and I skip on that, the province of Trento will be the first one to organize a tender for authorization of small and big derivation of energy. These two entities are very different indeed. So with the big ones, we provide 500 million kilowatt per year. With the others, we have 60 million. approximately, which is exactly the consumption of the reference community. So from the regulation point of view, we have the idea of a partnership, as we said. The energy community tool, considering the importance for the reference community, they are or could be a reason why some authorizations will not be part of the tender, because you have to prove that these authorizations belong to the community. This is applicable to small authorization, but not to big ones. Big ones follow totally different market reasoning, but if we focus on small derivation, their importance for the reference communities is vital, not only economically, but also socially. Last but not least, hydroelectric items are sometimes considered as too visible, and we forget that it is important to have a reference point on the territory for the hydrological. So having on the territory a reference community which is or could be the owner of these plants, because of that, the environmental risk can be mitigated a lot. So in our view, there is an economic advantage for sure, but in particular, there is an environmental advantage, a tangible one, to protect areas of the reference communities.
Emerge di nuovo anche in questo
Thank
giro di
you.
tavola la molteplicità delle fonti
Here we have several sources of renewable.
parlato di idroelettrico, quindi
We talked about
queste riflessione
hydroelectric,
insomma, che stiamo facendo su
wind.
anche
So
futura
this morning we talked about future
importante non
energy,
focalizzarsi
future
sulle
power.
fonti energetiche
It is important not to focus on one single renewable energy. And this is very important to enhance the territory. Don't forget,
il panel attuale adesso
I thank the current
mi scuso
panel,
perché prima non ho
and
introdotto
I
Simone Canteri,
apologize.
direttore generale
I
del
didn't
CSS,
introduce
quindi lo dico per
Mr.
chi ci segue
Simone Canteri.
sulle consulenze il Cavaliere.
For those
Invece adesso
who
invito
follow
il nostro
through
secondo
streaming.
invito
Now,
Luca Dio mi aiuta,
I
responsabile
invite
aree gestionali del
Luca
FEDAP,
Dionaiuta,
Pinella Lettieri,
responsible
responsabile
for
dipartimento di diritto amministrativo di Lexi
Ex
Avvocati,
avvocati, Maurizio Ferraris, direzione
di FEDAPO,
Lex,
Trinella Altiero, l'ex avvocati,
Luca Francesco
Maurizio
Barbero,
Ferraris,
coordinatore Gocer, e Michael
Max,
Pinto,
Luca
CEO
Francesco
di Clean
Barbero,
Works.
Gocer e Michael Pinto, Clean Works.
Sì. Prego. Ok, inizierei.
Operators could contribute in an important way, in my opinion, since that these organizations may not be engaged in energy communities, means that they are configured as third-party operators. On the contrary, we know that it is necessary to have their contribution. I want to close my speech saying that maybe this profile should be analyzed deeply, maybe making reference to different criteria. The current criteria are considered inappropriate. As Professor Di Maio has said, we should include different requirements beyond any other article or any other ranking or classification. Administration do not have proper competence. From this point of view, collaboration with companies should be considered appropriately. Sometimes citizens are not able to read or understand the bill. So if we want to foster energy communities, maybe we should change our way of approaching this field, and we should enhance the value of companies. Companies generate profits, but they can also contribute to improving, developing energy communities with social and environmental objectives. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you for analyzing a topic that we have also been able to discuss yesterday. We belong to another field. We usually exclude big size companies. We have been talking about this with FEDABO. I'm about to give the floor to Luca Dio Maiuta because he's going to talk about customers. You are energy consuming advising company. Energy consuming means that energy community topics may be essential to this type of consumers. We have a coffee break organized for those people who wanted to have a break because there's no coffee break this afternoon. Yes, we are a company providing strategic advisory services. We have energy consumption companies as customers. We consider that it's very sad not to include them in this transition. We have seen that awareness of consumers is increasing, especially in relation to companies having social and environmental impact. There's the intention to be part of any initiative, any investment in this direction. We are implementing new concrete projects. I consider that those projects proposed do not have economic players as the main drivers. Objectives connected to the ACE GD may have an important impact in our history. I consider that economic drivers maybe are not the main booster, but companies may play their role. Companies are used to make their proper evaluations, and I consider that an investment from these players could be very important. It will be very sad not to consider their engagement, their participation. We consider that involving them is important. We do not only have to foster the participation of small and medium enterprises. We know that the involvement of a big-sized company may be an important driver for our future economy. Another issue I want to stress is that we are recently working with small territories with little local rural municipalities who are facing the energy community challenges today. Community is the catalyzer. Community goes beyond any energy-related concept. We are observing many communities growing with inclusion objectives, with the intention to promote energy efficiency, mobility, and many other objectives. So the community concept is a broad concept. There's an increasingly growing interest in this field. We know that energy communities are a complex topic. Maybe this is the most multidisciplinary question we are currently called to face today. We have heard this morning that citizens are a key to this field, and we expect citizens to become very keen, very expert in this field, in the regulatory framework. This system is very complex. We need to approach it from different points of view. So we need to recognize the role of any third subject operating in the field, because they can turn into a reference stakeholder. There are different public initiatives of this type, and we know that these actions will require expertise, especially in the future, when we will have to decide how and what invest. The market requires skills. Big national players are actually interested in this field. This will be an incentive to the development of communities with new initiatives, but in our sector we will have to pay attention, because there's not that much difference between concretizing something concrete and considering communities as a catalyzer, or using communities as a sort of cannibalization. Thank you for your contribution. I want now to focus on a topic we have mentioned this morning. Mrs. Claudia Carani has said before that the engagement of people in energy communities also means digital digitalization. We have often faced this issue. Many times it's very difficult to engage consumers. Maybe we can engage installers, but in the end, it's very difficult to convince people to consume that energy. The digitalization and platforms, IT platforms, are an essential aspect. And I give the floor to the next speaker, who's going to tell us what's behind this. I'm representing MAPS SPA. It's an Italian energy company, which is listed in the exchange market. We are a small-sized public company. We have accepted the energy transition, and we work for the development of proprietary platforms in support of this transition. We have three main pillars. The first pillar is represented by this topic we are facing today. The second pillar refers to complexity, complex system that may help working in this field, and networks, including maintenance and
sempre grandi quantità di dati che devono essere
we know also that data must be managed in real time using artificial intelligence algorithms. This is what we use currently to solve the problems determined by these dominions. So what's the interpretation we have provided? I've tried to summarize this concept in some key points. We want to add salt to this recipe. Let me use this cuisine terminology. So how to make this new paradigm more appealing in a diffused context. In my opinion, to be successful, we need salt to make it savory. Well, we try to do our best, making our best efforts, focusing on the three pillars. The first pillar is involving actors in a very easy way. So we want to involve people in a very simple way, simplifying everything. But how can we do that? We have been inspired by service consumption models, establishing objectives. These objectives are based on a target consumption, which represents the production rate of each member of a consuming community. And we introduce a word-based system to play, like in a game. This can be called gamification. This has also been mentioned this morning in a speech. We think that creating a simple engagement can turn everything in funny actions, favoring dissemination of these actions. Second pillar, we should connect to this engagement system the operation, the functioning of a community when we have to allocate benefits. Benefits are not only financial or economic. We have experience in digital engagement. Today, for instance, I could mention influencers as an example. People are not only satisfied with money, coins, but visibility is an important aspect to transfer, to disseminate social messages. We should use these elements as rewarding mechanisms beyond any mere distribution of performance.
La terza cosa è quella che
Thirdly,
riguarda quello che io chiamo la scalabilità conveniente.
Scalability.
Perché si diffondano queste comunità, abbiamo
Convenient
parlato
scalability.
oggi, c'è bisogno che costino poco.
In order to disseminate these communities, we need to have low-cost systems, cheap systems, cheap facilities, cheap platforms, and the like. But in order to obtain convenient scalability as an objective, we need to face criticalities. For instance, let's think how much data can we produce in our daily activities. The quantity of data the security of data, the protection of data, privacy regulations. I mean, there are a lot of technicalities beyond any algorithm which have to be defined within a cost-effective logic. So everything is to be well balanced to grant scalability, not only from an economic point of view, but also from an organizational point of view. We have seen the Friuli community, the Magliano community. All these communities need and require simple tools, tools that can be easily configured and transferred to huge groups of people. People require and need simple things. Otherwise, we will not be able to favor the dissemination of these communities. Here we are in front of many masters of practice, people that are providing many information to understand how to contribute to this dissemination. I hope that next year we can take part in this award. Are you candidating yourself as a mayor of any town here in Italy? Thank you very much. Among IFEC members, we have many partners, and
ascoltare l'intervista che abbiamo appena fatto da poco, partendo anche da concetti che sono...
We have heard different concepts that are beneficial to the territory, so we do not only talk about economic aspects. I know that in Portugal you have a lot of challenges, but now I want to give the floor to Michael Pinto to hear the points of view of CleanWorks. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, because we are almost at the end of this afternoon, and CleanWorks is not a startup company. We started our mission in 2014, basically in Portugal. We are a development of virtual power solutions, a company that has been restructured during the pandemic to improve our investments under a new trademark, which is CleanWorks. We are a software house, a digital company. We are totally dedicated to energy communities. In the end, we see that there's a new trend in Italy and on a worldwide level. We are discussing it in California, New York, Oregon, Brazil, Japan, and many other European countries facing the same topics. On a global way, we see heavy lift companies like GE, where have been working for 14 years. All companies like this one are committed themselves in reducing the consumption of fossil resources. So the heavy lift is lever, which is determining and awakening. People are awakening, and this awakening is determined by different trends we are observing from different points of view in our planet, with low prices, with new concept like accumulation and the like, transport, heating, cooling are new levers on a local level, and they generate new opportunities. We have decided to focus on this new concepts 10 years ago. In the past, we had been working in efficiency, efficacy, different industrial realities, including hospitals, municipalities, and that was an important experience, which is making our new business easier. Every year we are involved in many projects, basically funded by GSE on an European level, and these projects have made it possible to change our platform into an operating platform using a comprehensible and very clear language. We use platforms behind the meter. I'm sorry if I'm talking an Italian mixed with English.
Quindi behind the meter, dunque dal smart meter dentro nell'edificio.
So we use smart meters inside the building.
Wholesale market trading, eccetera, eccetera. Queste sono espressioni, spero che capiate. E quindi per noi rendere la traiettoria semplice, come diceva il collega Maurizio,
It's, as my colleague Maurizio has said,
le chiavi e la macchina
we need to work to give the keys to the operators so that they may work on the market easily, from the engagement of consumers to local network interface of the DSO. Our operating system has been basically structured to be modular. I mean, not all user interface can be specific. Each energy community has its characteristics, so we need to be very flexible. The structure is to be interoperable, so interoperability is important to connect to different types of machines, loads, also from the point of view of generation, consumption, and accumulation. And recently, the localization, I'm not talking about language localization, I mean how the energy system is configured in Brazil, in Japan, or in other countries. So language is very important. How the bill is structured, I want to make a connection with a comment made by the lawyer Altieri. She said that the bill is complex. In my opinion, in my experience, I've been able to read different types of bill, and Italy, in my opinion, there's nothing different from other countries in comparison with other countries. I assure you, the bill in Italy is like in many other countries. They are all complex. We use algorithms, special intelligence systems, which are supported and aided by robots. We are able to identify errors or mistakes in bills, usually on the third or fourth page of a bill, those pages that people usually do not read. So this type of intelligence should be really appreciated. I would like to make three more comments before giving the floor. If I have a look at the planet, the future challenges, we all know that the base load shift from fossil to renewable resources is essential, but it won't be enough. So the only way to reach the goals we have for our planet is and not either or, but we need and we must involve communities and citizens to create simple systems. Friction systems are another important aspect of transition. Number one, commercial friction. The concept is to be sellable, something that I can sell to my mother. My mother is not an expert in energy, so we need simplification, something that can be sold easily. Number two, financial friction. It's not something easy. We have, for instance, villages with energy poverty. For instance, in Portugal, we have a special initiative focused on 100 rural villages in Portugal, where 200 kilowatts of solar energy can make a difference But in that case, we need funds. What we have observed is that there is no lack of private investors because they see returns in 7, 8, or 10 years. Have been working 10 years in financial services, and there's no lack in this sense. And private investors are ready. Recently, we have a great opportunity. We need to make the first step. Afterwards, this investment can be repaid, complementing with a private investment with
dieci anni o anche meno, anche 7-8 anni, per poter arrivare al finanziamento totale di questi attivi
che vengono inseriti per accendere la comunità energetica.
Secondo me quell'elemento lì
va messo in avanti perché
we have to consider that the PME, reality, residential, or many other
avrà bisogno di questo supporto, perché
actors
spesso e
will
volentieri
need
usano
this support.
altri fonti per poter accendere questa realtà.
We need
Secondo
other
noi questo è qualcosa che si può replicare in altri
sources,
paesi, non è una cosa
and this can be replicable. This can be replicated in other countries. This is not something only referring to a specific country. Another aspect I want to stress is that this is not a winner takes all market. I mean, this is not Facebook, this is not Amazon. There are a lot of models. I see a lot of companies all around, companies like Hive or many others. Obviously, there are overlaps, areas where there's a high and important competition, but I'm not confused. There are opportunities for everyone. Topics are very complicated, and we require intelligence and multidisciplinarity.
Ho spostato Luca Francesco Barbero.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Luca Francesco Barbero for the final remark after this session, before next session dealing with the experience on the field. So, Mr. Barbero, the floor is yours as for a very unique experience at Magliano. Thank you. I am the last speaker, so many points have already been discussed. So, my name is Luca Barbero. I'm the coordinator of the GOSER group, which is a network sharing experiences to establish the first energy community at Magliano. This network includes all the skills you need to establish an energy community. Therefore, we put at the disposal of other installators, project designers, these skills to establish an energy community. We noticed that being good in installing photovoltaic plants, in designing these plants, is not enough. We also have to involve consumers in order to achieve the final target. We do believe that utilities, which spoke this morning, will foster the development of these communities. But we also believe that at the beginning, the intervention and the work by local installers, local designers are essential because they are already on the spot. They already know public administrations, they know what to do and how to support. They have not the final part to close the circle. So, after the transposition of RED 2, good, but we noticed that we can do the same things in compliance with the current laws and regulations. It is not easy, but it's feasible. We are establishing micro energy communities. On November the 4th, GSE published some elements which help us a lot. It is possible to create aggregates, and this is very important from the very beginning. In a short time, we will be able to establish a community exploiting these opportunities. So basically, it is possible to establish an energy community if you want to do so. A problem we faced is related to the users' participation, financiers, natural people wanting to invest in photovoltaic plants exist. We know it is a good investment. You simply have to save money. There are additional advantages, and so private citizens may be active players in this first stage when you have to disseminate this opportunity among many people. And this is a problem, as it has already been said during this day. Um, Therefore, you have to contact not expert magazines and publications, because all those who are here today are experts. We have to reach those who are not experts. And this is essential in order to create big plans to involve big cities, but we have to start from a small dimension because everything started from a 20 kilowatt plant. So, who are we? We are a network of companies, of enterprises. I am a designer of photovoltaic plants. We started by involving installers in the Cuneo area. Afterwards, people liked our model. They started to contact us, and we are now trying to duplicate what we did for the first installation at Magliano Alpi. We have 8 additional plants ongoing. 2 of them are already ready. So what I want to emphasize is that participants to the network are independent. We are not a company, we are not an enterprise. We are all independent within the network. Everyone has his or her priorities, policies, managerial systems, and so on and so forth. But we do believe that advantages of energy community must and can stay in the area. So if the plant is built up by a local company, a local enterprise, it is possible for us to share advantages with the local community. If the local population join, that is an advantage for local shops, local facilities in fighting against energy poverty. And the public administration can manage the incentives locally. So it is important for local administration to start in order to convey the message, the following message: it is feasible, it is possible to do so, it must be done. No surprises. Technically, it's a wonderful thing. We do believe in that. We hope we will be able to implement our targets, the targets we wanted, the targets we have to achieve as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Grazie per questo intervento che chiude
Thank you very much for this final remark.
ritorna un tema che
That concludes this session, emphasizing a key topic, the economic value of GDP related to energy communities. And this factor has not to be underestimated. Now I give the floor to Sergio Olivero for the final session of this afternoon.
territoriali ha già realizzato nel
Now we will listen to the speakers coming from the communities. So, Sergio, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I invite the speakers for this last session to join me here at the podium. Mayor Marco Bailo, Mr. Chiaramello from ACEA. I have now the program with me. Mrs. Marisa Meli, full professor of private law at the Catania University. Luigino Bottoni, chairman of the Hill community, the mayor of San Daniele del Friuli, Mr. Valent, and Mr. Mario Mauri, sales business and energy solutions director of Sorgenia. Valeria Oliviere, Strategy and Scenarios of Edison, will open up this last session. So now I give the floor to Mrs. Olivieri, and then we will have some questions for the participants to the round table. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. I open this round table concerning the Edison experience in terms of energy community and utility. We, as Edison, we have been interested in that from the very beginning. The idea of energy community puts together two key aspects of our strategy, renewables and customers. So for us, focusing on energy community means to put in place our long-term strategy. When we started to tackle with this problem, that was the very beginning. So it was a transitionary, temporary situation. The framework was not very well defined, in particular for the role a company like ours could play. We focused on the easiest, simplest core first, the consumers. We carried out a long work trying to obtain a business model to be implemented on a larger scale. We created a portfolio. We believe a lot on that. We are trying to emphasize it nationally through a partnership with Gabetti Lab. This is one of the most active companies in terms of eco bonus, super bonus, earthquake bonus. Together, we are now able to promote this kind of offer nationally. They submit the offer to flat to houses. We select the best cases and we submit our offer based upon zero cost for the final consumer. So the investment is supported by us. We install and manage the system. The final customer doesn't pay and gets a benefit, an advantage. The idea is to make the self-consumer as sustainable as possible. We have a save of 1 bill out of 6 during 1 year, but we can reach 50% of the total amount of the bill if the consumer has sustainable behaviors. If the customer succeeds in matching his consumption during the period when the photovoltaic plant produces, his advantage increases a lot. So for us, that was the first starting point. This offer is still part of our portfolio, and it is a way for us to create some small cores to create an energy community. We are also working in order to try to enlarge, to develop as much as possible. For us, houses, block of flats are the starting point. Afterwards, we have to try to aggregate as many utilities as possible, enlarging the area and reaching the energy community with the participation of the public administration too. Up to now, it goes without saying that defining the role played by a utility can give a meaning to a business which should be developed on a large scale. We tried to create a business model applicable anywhere, and we would like to do so for the energy community as well. We would like to try to repeat the same approach, aiming to be more and more sustainable with a more and more central role played by the customer within the community. We, as Edison, we are trying to work, we are trying to understand what is the best solution. We are trying to develop concepts where costs are limited for the final users. Our role is the role of a facilitator to develop and to define the energy community. As it has already been said, the evolution of the regulation, the evolution of all the applications will be essential in the future in order to define all this evolution. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation concerning the framework and the strategy. Now, I would like to make some questions to the speakers who already established energy communities or who have ongoing important initiatives. Initiatives are there. My question is, what are the actions required to duplicate and to scale that? Because we have to consider a market framework for a business development, for a business value creation. I start from Mayor Marco Bailo. Thank you, Sergio. From my point of view, as a public administrator, it is necessary for my colleagues to promote these initiatives in order to duplicate. That was our target for 2021, to duplicate this project not only within our municipalities, but elsewhere as well. We signed some agreements with other municipalities in the Cuneo area, but we also did the same with other regions, such as Tuscany and Marche. As the previous speakers rightly said, this is a new topic, and therefore I believe it's a must for the public administration to help the citizens, to guide the citizens to these projects, taking him by his hand. Mrs. Smith doesn't know these initiatives or have difficulties in reading her bills. It's a good chance, it's a good opportunity because starting from last year, a lot of money is available for public administration. It is true that this money can be allocated for many different projects. But, however, since the allocation will last until 2024, there are several projects for energy efficiency. So, without any doubt, this initiative can be launched by these municipalities. Moreover, we also need community operational groups. We experienced directly that at the beginning it is difficult to explain to handicraft craftsmen, installators, designers to understand that this is a long-term project. Without any doubt, it is necessary to provide training and education for all the professionals, craftsmen. We organized several meetings gathering all the professionals of the area, but not all of them understood the importance of what we did. Some of them understood, and we worked with them. And that could be and should be the case for other municipalities as well. It is unthinkable for our staff to go to the market to install a device because it couldn't be affordable. So we have to explain, we have to involve local professionals in order to create a local business for local investments. And that is not so bad for us, and in particular for those villages which are abandoned, in particular in the mountains. They are losing inhabitants. So that is a very good chance to achieve this target. Thank you. The same question to Mr. Chiaramello, manager of ACEA. Good afternoon to you all. We tackled with the energy communities. Now they are called renewable energy communities. And we started 4 or 5 years ago. We represent 46 municipalities according to the regional law number 50 of Piedmont. Somehow these municipalities wanted to create the no fuel zone, and that was the basis for the energy center. There was the corporate will through a partnership, a public-private partnership. We developed an idea to focus on self-consumption for houses. At that time, we already talked about the reduction of primary energy. That was the first topic, the first development point of our project. Afterwards, we started to talk about consumption. Thirdly, the so-called billing automation system. I heard talking about gamification. It is essential to provide usable, easy tools, but it is also essential to give the controlling tools for those who manage the house. So, through energy contracts of performing, we also take into account houses and buildings. Then the directive evolved. May 2021, we launched the first self-consumption site at Pinerolo. Now we have 5 sites which have already been registered. 5 additional sites should be ready, and that implied the relationship with DSO. This morning we heard talking about megawatt per hour, but there are some distribution system operator who encountered difficulties for 40, 45 megawatts in the city area. So my question is, within the city area, how can we comply with these requirements in a safe and smart way? And on the other hand, to forecast big scenarios. So, as for scalability and applicability, our project can be duplicated endless time for all the houses that needs the energy qualification. The eco bonus has been a good incentive, a good driving force. We already worked with the previous tax regime, and whenever we find alternative funding sources, we could find a way to keep on evolving this experience. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Mrs. Marisa Meli to give us her academic point of view. First of all, I would like to thank IFEC and WEC of Polytechnic. I'm really happy and honored to be here. A special thank you to Mrs. De Maio, who organized this meeting. We met today for the first time, and it was already and immediately a community. I take the floor as a teacher and as a researcher. I apologize for my voice. So the starting point is a research project titled Transition, Energy Transition and New Models for Local Authorities. This is a very small experience, of course. It is not a model for a region as Piedmont or for northern Italy, but it's a significant experience for us. That was the way for us to establish the first energy community in Sicily, and we also translated into tangible results what a temporary law provided. So it was possible to create a duplicate model that can be repeated, but we have to pay attention to the use of these words. In other words, what do I mean? Well, this experience allowed us to check the total flexibility of the model. Flexibility implies 2 things. First of all, the choice of the juridical player, as Gabriella said. Regardless the interpretation related problems, without any doubt, there is an important datum. That is to say that there is a wide opportunities of choice. and evolution of private law concerning non-profit associations and contrary evolution for the commercial law. So there is a shift between the profit and the profit, but not monetary profit. So the application of that is pretty unique. I represent a very small scenario framework, but this does not mean that the model is applicable to other realities. There is another point which is very important to me, which is to say flexibility depending on the way you set up a relationship among participants. And this is a very variable element. It is not mandatory by the law, but in our experience, we thought it was necessary to rule the relationship separately. So that was true for the vision, for the tariff. So we wanted to separate things. We prefer to organize the relationships separately. I also wrote a paper suggesting to go behind and to take into account an additional perspective which makes the tool even more flexible. But it doesn't mean that models cannot be duplicated. It is important to understand the mechanism, and that can be done together only. We work together, Mr. Cantarelli, as well. This is a synergic activity with different skills, legal skills, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Ne approfitto per cogliere il suo spunto sul regolamento separato dalla parte statutaria. Lo stesso approccio è stato seguito sia dal Comune di Magliano sia dal Comune di San Daniele del Friuli.
This approach has been followed by two different municipalities. The practical application of the self-consumption criteria, including the rewarding system applied to those people who are deserving an award and recognition. And we will apply this operating content protocol. I want to give the floor to Mr. Bottoni and Mr. Balint. I kindly ask them to be patient and respectful of the anti-COVID regulations. This is why I kindly ask you to alternate yourself at the table. So scalability, replicability with different remarks that we have appreciated on different occasions, especially on this hilly territory that is a candidate to be a case study. Replicability is automatic, in my opinion, because the regional contribution given by the region of Friuli Venezia Giulia refers to a replicable project, 5.4 million euros, which can be used for energy communities involving 50 to 60 different initiatives within our 15 municipalities. Maybe your questions wants to go beyond. We represent a unique case within Italy. We are very lucky including the regulatory framework, is very special. We are a very sensitive region to these topics, but I really think that our case is boosting other replicable initiatives outside our hilly territory. I hope that this is possible. We are available. I've heard the mayor bylaw before, but anyone who wants to share this experience, who wants to know more about this initiative, well, we are totally available. This is a very interesting experience that deserves analysis, proper analysis. For replicability, I consider that the regulatory framework is very positive, favorable to our territory. Maybe there's no other similar situation in other regions. We aggregate 15 different municipalities. Some of these are very small. We have 2000, 2005 to 3,500 inhabitants at most. So this reduced extension makes the implementation of this action possible. This project can be considered as experimental. There are some cases in which you need to solve issues which do not find any reference in the past experiences. We have created a public consortium. I think that this experience, the experience of creating a consortium, can be very important. It makes a difference. Maybe the participation of the region of Friuli Venezia Giulia has made this possible. Local entities would have not been able to face such a challenge in the end. We have constituted energy communities gathering service utility control room in the end that have been very useful to control the situation. I think that the creation of a single control room could be a proposal to replicate this same experience in other territories. This is what we would like to make available to all those who are really interested in these initiatives. We are very satisfied with the opportunity to be here to share with you this plan, this project. Thank you. Valent, the floor is yours. The region of Friuli Venezia Giulia has handled the situation considering our project. Our project is a project that we have been implementing on the territory for more than 50 years. Today we have different mountain communities that have decided to gather together on a voluntary basis to take advantage of those funds made available by authorities, regional authorities. We know that energy communities require coordination, but this experience can be easily replicated. Replicability within a same municipality is easy. The first experience always paves the way for the following experiences, and this has been possible to Magliano Alpi, that put its know-how at our disposal. In many cases, the main issue to conclude a process is red tape. So bureaucracy, administration can be a barrier. So you need staff, people prepared to face such innovative projects. These projects can be complex in many cases. For this reason, experiences from other partners can be key. As far as the improvement of EcoChair, the experience of EcoChair, I think that electric mobility could be another option. If we have a very integrated networks of municipalities working in slow tourism, in green economy, or in other fields, I think that there could be many opportunities to work together. For instance, we are in the San Daniele area where we produce an excellent ham, but nearby we have other interesting sectors, interesting fields that could contribute to creating an infrastructure to foster electric transportation. We are strongly committed in investing part of the 5.4 million euros in the development of electric transport means. I want to stress that even if resources are rather important with zero costs, we pay attention to create target investments with replicability thresholds. I put the example of the San Daniele ham example again, because there are many other municipalities that could put into place our sustainability. The same sustainability we have been able to implement with the San Daniele projects. San Daniele has used different resources to remodulate public funds. So in this case, there's another ring of the chain that help us to create a global view. The result is positive. We had the adequate return, and this return makes this project totally replicable. At this point, I would like to give the floor to Mario Mauri from Sorgenia to express his standpoint. I would like to make the example of a real case, a community that has been created in a small municipality, Murano Lodigiano, that is a reality in the north of Italy.
Hanno aderito a questa comunità oltre alle forniture dell'amministrazione pubblica.
This community has been supported by different stakeholders. We are a very small municipality. The church and 16 citizens have decided to be part of this project. The experience is very positive. The community is present, but should I stress an aspect which is important for replicability purposes, is that it was very tough. We took many months to implement the first stages of this project. The mayor of that village had to spend a lot of time to reach the expected objectives. As we have heard from the mayor of San Daniele, simplification is very important. Little public administration, little municipalities require simple processes. If we want a project to be replicable, we need to create the conditions for that. From this point of view, I want to share with you two key words, especially if we think of public administrations. Once again, I want to make a connection. I wanted to mention what we have said this morning. This morning we have said that communities have been created in those areas where there's a community in the end. People living in community are able to implement energy community projects just because they already live in community. The sense of community is strongly rooted to the territory. We could adopt many slogans one-to-one or one-to-many. But apart from that, we also have to consider the huge quantity of data. Common citizens are not able to control data. This means that we need to make data accessible. We need to create proper platforms so to simplify the lives of our citizens. If we work on simplification and on community, all stakeholders can take advantage of any such experience. These are the two factors we need to work on, in my opinion. At this point, I would like to make a second question for a second round. I would like to start with Professor Meli, and I would conclude with the mayor. We have seen the different scales for the implementation of such a project. Should you express a desire, what would you like to obtain? Should you have a priority classification? What would you include in your list? Interesting question. I totally agree with what we have just heard. I agree that things are very tough, very difficult. We have worked less from the constitutional point of view just because we found a favorable condition. We worked with a common light. This is a community within Ferla. Ferla is a little municipality. It is a very active, virtuous municipality that seriously takes into consideration sustainability, the environment, and many other questions. So we need mayors available to work and continue to implementing these initiatives. Ferla was a municipality with some renewable energy installations that should be completely put into service. We have been talking about incentives, regulatory framework. We had the opportunity to talk with many municipalities, and we could understand that in many cases it's very difficult to gather skills, competencies. You need materials to install panels, for instance, for renewable energies, but you also need competences, skills. So I could answer your question that I had to face difficulties in some cases because we were not able to face the situation. Even if you have incentives that may support you in the access to renewable energies, in the end, it's not enough to create a system which is very complex. So I would like to receive more aid, more support, even in the construction phase, in the design phase of a project. From the Collinare community, this hill community, what could we desire more? We could desire more. We will try to ask more, to obtain more. I don't know whether we will obtain it or not, but we will try and ask. I totally agree with what the two previous speakers have said. There are a lot of issues to face, many problems. If you have the intention to run an energy community, you must be aware that this can be very difficult. We need a change in the mindset, a change in the attitudes. As I've said before, we would need a common control room to manage everything. There are many issues connected to red tape, bureaucracy, accounting, different situations, different complicated management-related issues, and these issues can negatively affect small-sized communities. You know, some incentives, some initiatives could be an important driver for small communities, but the bureaucracy, red tape aspects can be very discouraging.
Debba fare un riparto, debba avere un presidente, debba avere
You
un
needed
segretario,
to
ha delle assemblee
write
annuali
down
e
the
possibilità
balance, you
standard di
need to
quel
make
voto.
assessment
O c'è una cabina
activities, you need to
direttiva
work
dove
on a
noi
call
in
standards
Aquileia siamo
and
70
the
persone
like. We
effettive,
are a small
ma in
reality,
effetti
and this bureaucracy is making
agosto
everything
come
very
movimento poi
complicated,
sosteniamo
and it
persone
also
disabili
implies
con tutti i
costs.
benefici, ma
We
forse
are a
dopo
public
essere
entity,
diventati
so we
attuatori
need to
al
face this
privato
cost, which
diventiamo
in
un
the
po'
end have to be allocated
una struttura di questo genere che
to
abbia anche un
private
significato
citizens.
economico.
So every
È tutta una
structure, every
serie
utility
di
we
facilitazioni
create
normative che
must
vadano
be
verso la semplificazione e la riduzione dei
specific
costi.
and
Stamattina ho
meaningful,
sentito
must have
una
a sense.
proposta
This
interessante
morning,
che in
I've
effetti
heard
per la
an
volta
interesting
è quella
a
di
proposal that I've heard for the
individuare questi
first time.
contabili
I mean,
portacontabili con per
identifying
esempio uno stesso campo
users
di riferimento ad una cabina
with
primaria. Questo è molto
a
interessante
same
e
cost
andare in
with
quella
a same
direzione
postal
perché
code,
uno
a postal
degli
code
ostacoli
which
che abbiamo
could be
trovato
connected
è
to a
proprio
specific
capire
cabinet.
quali
Actually,
utenti
we had
poi
some
possono collegare
problems in
ad una
identifying
cabina
what
secondaria,
pods are
perché sono
connected to
dati
a
non presenti
secondary
da nessuna
cabinets.
parte e
These
che il
data are
gestore,
not
l'esecutore,
available,
se li
and
tiene
operators,
fortunatamente, perché c'è anche
distributors
questo
are
tipo di dinamica che
protecting
porta
this
avanti.
data
Se li tiene poi
with great
poi è anche
attention. So
difficile poi dopo
there's no
sapere chi
access to
sono
some data.
effettivamente questi
It's
utenti,
very
probabilmente non esistono più.
important to know
Tutto
who
ciò
the
comporta che
users
abbiamo una
are,
struttura molto
but you
organizzata,
don't
fatta in
have
maniera
access to that
a furia di
information.
fatiche ce la fa. Se invece lasciamo
It's very
nascere queste
tough, but
comunità
in
un
the
po'
end, you
spontanee,
can succeed.
è molto facile
When
che alla prima
communities are
difficoltà o alla seconda
voluntary,
difficoltà si
spontaneous,
abbattano e il progetto poi dopo venga abbandonato. Quindi semplificazioni
sometimes
normative e organizzative sono essenziali.
due to the lack of support, due to difficulties,
evidentemente sono le stesse
they
preoccupazioni
may
della sindaco,
decide to
non
interrupt
solo
their
a
experience.
suonare i campanelli e a
And the
sollecitare i
mayor
cittadini ad
and
aderire alla prima CER, chiaramente
the
ognuno dovrà
mayors,
proporre ai cittadini di cooperare
I
in
had
forma
to
e il
work
compito posteriore andare a
to
vedere
try
chi
to
è che
identify the
possiede nella
POD,
zona. Noi abbiamo
to understand
evidentemente
who was
immaginario delle
connected
scuole comuni che hanno 2 cabine
in
secondarie o ne abbiamo
my
come
reality. We
Sant'Angelo
have
solo
primary
cabine
and
sensibili, quindi
secondary
diventa
cabinets,
complesso anche capire la
and
zona e
sometimes it's
poi
very complex to
evidentemente
identify the
questo
area.
implica anche una
This
lungaggine
also
delle cabine
implies
associati nel riuscire a far passare il
more
messaggio, questa
difficulties
volta che
in
coinvolge
transferring
molte persone,
messages,
quella che dice
in
sì, però
communicating,
vedi che nella
identifying
nostra CER c'è
users.
questa, nella tua un po' si smonta l'entusiasmo. Quindi questo andrà senz'altro fatto.
So
Io ho messo stamattina di dire, ho
this
raccontato l'incontro
morning,
con Olivero, il primo di 2 anni fa, e ho messo
I
di
took
dire una
part.
parte,
I've
e cioè
taken part
questa. Quando l'ho
in a
incontrato,
session,
la
and I've
proposta era per sviluppare il
forgotten to
progetto
say
su 6
that
mesi, io subito ho pensato che fosse interessante portarmi con
in the
Olivero.
beginning,
Perché da amministratore
when
con
I
esperienza
heard
pratica
about the
di
project
queste
within
attività burocratiche che
the
abbiamo a livello
University of
comune, più veloci di
Turin,
quelle
I
straordinarie, ho subito
immediately
pensato che doveva esserci per
desired
forza un
to
coordinamento a livello
carry out
centrale che
this
potesse replicare nei
project
vari progetti
in my
lo
territory.
stesso tipo di attività e quindi
I
efficientarle.
was
Ecco, per
totally
cominciare a
aware
camminare, in questo
about
caso
the
ha rappresentato un primo
centralization
impatto.
of the
Tanti altri
project.
aspetti, il punto di snodo
Usually,
appunto sono le
centralization is
comunicazioni,
difficult
il
for small
finanziamento. Poi per
communities.
quanto riguarda il
Nevertheless,
servizio è
I
chiaro che nel
decided
momento in cui potrà cambiare la
to
normativa
continue
avremo
and to
un
face the
veramente
challenge.
CER,
San
mini
Daniele
CER che
has been
offre
able
diventa
to
la cabina secondaria
join
per dire
this
dell'organizzazione
micro
locale. E poi
cells
credo che anche
for a
arrivati al
further
limite, insomma, della
simplification.
cabina primaria oppure del CAP, all'interno della comunità comunale i CAP sono
Going
differenti,
beyond
ci
primary
sarà la
cabinets
possibilità, ci dovrebbe essere
and
la possibilità di
postal codes,
consorziare queste
I think
comunità
that we
perché
should create a
possano
consortium
ancora efficientare
to
ulteriori servizi. Quindi più si riesce
make
a creare
services
una
more
piramide
efficient.
dove
We should
alla
create
punta
a sort
c'è
of a
una, diciamo,
pyramid.
una regia generale, il progetto
The
dovrebbe essere questo,
top of the
diciamo, come spirito
pyramid
dell'iniziativa e
should
io credo che sia
represent
facilitato.
the
Quindi
control
enti
room,
ancora
the
più
top management
entrambi
of the whole
soggetti che hanno
processes, uniting all the different stakeholders, partners. I know that this should be very clear. We should work together to simplify procedures, to reduce the quantity of red tape. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for raising the issue. I invite you to download the renewable energy paper on the WEC website. This paper refers to aggregation capacities. I think that that paper can be considered as a reference for further initiatives in this field, in the same field. I would like to ask Mr. Maury what is his dream. Obviously, I have dreams, but I would like to talk a little bit more about communities. I'm sure that communities will further develop. There's a growing movement in the country. I have a special dream, a special desire. In Italy, there are many other forms of existing communities that are not as active as expected. For instance, farms and farming. They have roofs, utilities which are strictly connected with farmers, farms. So I know that there are great opportunities in that field. Farmers should be more aware. There is a great quantity of existing communities that only need help, that are only awaiting to be supported. I ask the speakers of this panel to go back to their seats because we have to comply with anti-COVID rules and invite next speakers.
Sul cassetto, va bene, diciamo una maggiore fluidità, l'ho già detto prima.
My dream is improving the relationships between operators, among operators.
Vuoi come ESCO, vuoi come utility, vuoi come DSO.
As utilities, as DSO, we need
fluidità nei rapporti, fruibilità
to improve the fluency in relationships.
Noi escludiamo tra gli impianti che intendiamo fare tutti quelli che afferiscono
We know that
centri storici, perché
many installations, many utilities are in historic centers, and historic centers are actually a very difficult territory. The most of communities are excluded from their own development in the end. It's clear that we do not have to destroy historic centers, but in other territories we could work and find new ways to install renewable energy facilities, protecting the environment.
Thank you. Now
I would like Mayor Bailo to express his desires for next month. My greatest dream
So I hope
is
to get the money, 2.2
having
billion
access
euros.
to
This is a
the
chance we must
recovery and
absolutely
resilience funds from the European Union
seize. So
because
it
they
is
are a
true
great
that there are
opportunity.
many
In Italy, we have
funds
5,700
available, but
municipalities with
there are also
less
many
than 5,000
municipalities
inhabitants. There are a lot of red tape issues, too much bureaucracy, we have said that.
So
But we
these
need to
agreements
implement
are useful
agreements
not only to
to
others
grow.
but to
Each
us
own
too, because each
municipality represents a
municipality
specific case,
has
an isolated
its
case,
own
but working together can be very
background,
helpful
history,
to
and so on and so
contextualize,
forth.
to
As
understand
I
each
said
other.
yesterday,
So we really
networking is
need to
absolutely
network.
a must.
I'm a local
What about a
administrator. My
municipality like mine?
municipality
I have one
has
employee
one
for each
employee per
department, one
each
for the
single department.
register, one for
But
technical
there are also
department.
very small
But what about
municipalities
the
with only
municipalities with
100 citizens
200
where the technical
inhabitants?
department is working
The
with
employee
different
of the
times
technical
with different
department goes to
schedules.
work
So it's
twice
clear
a week.
that this
So
person will
it
have
is
more
unthinkable for
difficulties
him
in
or her to
planning the
design and
territory.
to
It's
manage
very
an
difficult for one
energy
mayor of
community.
small
So
communities
together
to
with other
design energy
municipalities,
communities. This is why networking
we
is
could
very
work
important.
together in order to
There are a lot of opportunities.
forecast,
Maybe we could
in order to
reflect on the
organize training
opportunity
courses,
to
not
implement
only for
training courses for
installators only, but
technical
also
staff,
for
for accounting
municipal
staff,
technician,
because I'm a mayor,
accountancy
but I need to
staff,
work with accounting and
in order to have the
energy
time and
communities may
skills to
imply
establish
huge
an
counts
energy
which must be
community. The
kept
same
under
applies
control,
for
and you need
municipal
skilled
secretary.
people,
I
trained people.
am
We are
lucky
totally
because my
open
secretary is
to
very open,
possible new
well
collaborations.
prepared,
In some
but this
cases,
is not
it's
always
not
the
easy to
case
work together.
because
You may
when
sign collaboration agreements, but
we work together,
you have to
sometimes
face
we
barriers very
encounter
often. The
difficulties.
typical barriers that you find
And
within
within
public
public
administrations. When
administration,
you have a problem to face,
we
we
take
lose
time
time
rather
usually
than
because
solving
we don't know how
directly
to
the
face
problem.
the
But
situation. Money is
money
arriving,
will come
so
in
we
a
need to be ready
while,
to manage
and we
these
must be
funds
ready. There is no
currently,
other
no other
solution.
solution.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much for this
this
practical
very
observation, for this
direct and
practical remark.
practical remark.
We need to be the catalyzers of this process.
So
I hope
I hope that
that
next
next
year,
year we will be
when
back
we will
here for the
organize the
second
second
edition of this
edition, we will
meeting,
share some
discussing
quantitative results as well.
quantitative results.
We are a
We
little
are
bit in
totally in
advance,
advance.
so
I would like to
I'm
ask the
looking
managing
for
director
the
of
secretary
WEC what we have to
just
do.
to know
So
what we
there's a
have to
change.
do. Okay, the session is over. Thank you. Now we have a video by Mrs. Gava. Now we have the video by Mrs. Gava. The Under Secretary of State for the Ministry of Transition. Waiting for the video, I want to thank the organizers, Mr. Storti and Paola Divisio. They organized everything together with the Polytechnical Energy Center. So I want to thank them all.
E adesso il
And
messaggio della...
now we have the video by Vanya Gava, Under Secretary of State for the Ecological Transition Ministry. Good afternoon. Thank you for your invitation. And thank you for having organized such an important event and for the Italian Forum of Energy Communities. This is a very important topic. New renewable and old energies is essential not only for our country but for Europe as a whole. As you know, we in Italy, in Europe, we are committed in the energy transition process in order to achieve the targets defined by the National Plan for Energy and Climate, and also by Green New Deal. In order to do so, it is important and necessary to act on two dimensions. At global level, for the supplying of pre-existing channels with outstanding geopolitical impacts, and also on the local dimension, on the local level, that is to say, energy communities. Supplying will not be centralized anymore, but they will be more and more spread. We know that, and we are working on that. Italy, as you said during the kickoff meeting, Italy has a very advanced legislation, together with an excellent work carried out by very good universities like Turin University, by managers, by skilled professionals. So that is why we already have successful experiences which must be compared and repeated. So your message is very important. It is also important to establish a network to exchange information, and this is the target of your forum as well. So we have to develop scattered sources, which does not mean that everyone works on his or her own, just the opposite. We have to work together. We need investments, technologies, new tools in order to produce renewable energy altogether, being the basis of a sustainable energy system which is resilient and safe at the same time. With the National Plan of Recovery and Resilience, investing more than one-third of the allocated resources by EU to manage the ecological transition process. So, thanks to this plan, we want to support these changes. We will
lavoro.
continue to support your work,
Come abbiamo fatto anche
trying, as we
con il
did,
decreto semplificazioni
to
per semplificare
do
il
so
lavoro e poter
through a
avviare
decree aiming to
come
simplify, to
sostenere poi
lean
però
your
lo
work.
sviluppo delle comunità
But
energetiche.
as you
Non è
said,
solo una
the
questione
development of
economica,
energy communities, it is not just an economic
bisogna avere
practice.
un'idea
It
e
is not just an
coinvolgere tutti gli
economic matter.
stakeholders,
We have to
chiamare
believe in that.
ciascuno
We have to
cittadino
have
a
an
fare la
idea. We
propria
have to
parte.
involve
È il
stakeholders,
lavoro di
citizens,
squadra e ci
so that
tengo a
everyone
sottolinearlo.
plays his or
Con
her
i
own
contributi di
role.
tutti
It is a
sapremo
teamwork. I want
cogliere
to
i
emphasize
benefici e i
that.
frutti anche
Thanks
di
to
questo
the
lavoro,
contribution
ma
of all of you,
soprattutto
it
di
will be
quella che
possible
sarà
for
una
us to
transizione
benefit
ambientale
from
ed
this
energetica.
work, but in
E potremo
particular
offrire
from
energia a
an
costi più bassi
environmental and
e
energy
condivisi e allo
transition.
stesso tempo
Costs
ci
will
ritroveremo
be
con un paese più
reduced,
bello,
OPEX and
vivibile e
CAPEX
meno
will be
dipendente
reduced, and
dall'estero.
at the same time,
Vediamo,
our
abbiamo in questi
country
giorni
will
i
be more
costi
beautiful, less
dell'energia,
dependent
i
on
costi
abroad.
del gas, i
Recently, we
costi
noticed
appunto
that
del
energy
riscaldamento
costs, gas
che
costs,
sono
heating
lievitati. E
costs
quindi noi dobbiamo
increased.
guardare avanti, avere
Therefore, we
obiettivi
have to look
sempre
ahead,
più
we have to fix
importanti.
more and more
Dovremo
important
appunto davvero
goals.
fare questo lavoro
and we should work together as a team. Guidelines that the National Plan for Resilience and Recovery defined are important for energy communities too. The environment is cross-sectional, it belongs to anyone, and so we have to work together. We have to continue to progress together. Thanks to these initiatives, where new projects are designed, where new suggestions and hints are provided for us to, well, these initiatives are very important indeed. That's why I want to thank you for your ideas, for having developed and having involved other people in these projects. These projects are not useful for our country only, but can be duplicated abroad as well. I wish you a fruitful work.
Un applauso
Thank you.
virtuale. Beh, allora
A virtual
non mi resta che
applause.
ringraziare
So
voi, cioè i
now I
membri del
thank you.
Forum
I
Italiano
thank
delle
the
Comunità
members of
Energetiche
the Italian Forum of
che seguire
Energy
questo primo
Communities
appuntamento.
for this first
Solo il
edition.
primo di una lunga serie
This is the
e
first
come
of a
diceva
long
Sergio, speriamo l'anno
series of
prossimo di trovarci
meetings.
qui anche
As
ripetuti per
Sergio
far
said,
festa
we hope
sia dei
next
fondi per
year
il PNRR,
to
realizzazione di comunità
be
energetiche.
here talking about funds.
Ah certo, l'anno prossimo dobbiamo essere qui con
And
gli energy
next
così a
year,
parlare di
we
comunità
must
e
be
quindi avremo
here
distretti
to
della
talk about
ceramica.
energy
Che saranno
consuming
qui con noi.
communities
No,
such
questo comunque è un
as
tema sicuramente da
ceramics,
approfondire, ma gli
but
spunti
that is a topic
che sono emersi
to
oggi danno
talk
spazio
about.
almeno a
Anyway,
4-5 appuntamenti per qui
today's
all'anno prossimo.
suggestions
Abbiamo
will
parlato
be
di
useful for
potenzialità delle
4
comunità
to 5
energetiche nei porti,
meetings
le
next
stazioni
year.
di
We
servizio del
talked about
futuro, come possono
harbors,
contribuire
ports,
alle comunità
fuel
energetiche. Ieri Giorgio mi
station,
ricordava il professor Fortellini,
energy
ma c'è anche
consuming
un tema
devices.
un po' più,
But there
diciamo,
is also
software
another
che riguarda
topic
anche quale può
which
essere
is
il ruolo del
more
sistema
software
informativo integrato
related
all'interno
topic, that is to
delle
say
comunità
the
energetiche, cioè capire,
integration within
confrontarsi con le
energy
istituzioni centrali che dovrebbero
communities. We
essere
have
ovviamente
to
al corrente con loro, così
understand,
come
we have
le
to talk
istituzioni
with
centrali. Ringraziamo la
institutions, state
sottosegretaria Gava per il
institutions,
messaggio.
and we thank
E
Mrs.
quindi
Gava for her
sicuramente abbiamo già i
message.
compiti per il
Without any
2022,
doubt,
da qui a fine
we
2000.
already
No,
know what
guardo
we
te
have
perché
to do
sei la
by
coordinatrice,
the
quindi
end of
abbiamo
2022,
già i compiti fino al
and I'm
2022.
looking to the
Ultimo
coordinator.
ringraziamento, perché prima non l'ho vista in
In the
sala, Chiara
end,
Casellino, che
I
ci ha
want to
aiutato
thank Chiara
a
Casellino,
rendere tutto ciò
who helped
possibile
us to
concretamente qui nell'auditorium dell'Energy Center
organize
del
all
Politecnico
that
di
here
Torino.
in
E
this
adesso la nota
auditorium.
piacevole, c'è il caffè,
And
almeno
now
uno, con i pasticcini e poi
I
ci
can
salutiamo
let you
per
know that
rivederci per
coffee
i
is
prossimi
ready with
appuntamenti.
some
Grazie.
pastry, and see you soon next time. Thank you very much.